This is the KTLA Morning News Marathon Edition. I am David Pingalore, and today we are here to celebrate a major milestone, 40 years of the Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS. Joining us this morning in studio, we have a true legend of marathon broadcasting. To my right, the voice of every LA Marathon, 40th year since the first race began. Man, Tony Revis, it's an honor to have him with us today. Good morning to you. And also with us, Olympic medalist, New York Times bestselling author, and one of the greatest distance runners of all time, Dina Castro. We have an exciting show for you, 5 hours of marathon coverage right here to celebrate the history, the passion, and the incredible athletes that make the Los Angeles Marathon one of the most exciting events of the year. All right, so Tony's here, Dina's here. You have the gold star this year because it's your 40th year broadcasting. Are you ready for the marathon to start here in a matter of moments?
As every year, I'm as ready as I can possibly be. We've spoken to all the athletes. We've talked to all the people in the Students Run LA. The 93 legacy runners are still into this who have run. It's one thing to talk for 40 years. Imagine running the thing for 40 years. 93 of those people about on the course today.
That's amazing. 93 people.
90,
and you just sat in a studio for 40 years. They were running.
Exactly.
And Dina, obviously, this is an exciting time here in Los Angeles for this marathon, the 40th year for him broadcasting, but this is just an amazing event for this community, isn't it?
It is by far my favorite day of the year here in Los Angeles. We are getting ready to crown new champions in the wheelchair division and in the open division, share inspiring stories of perseverance and resiliency. It's going to be quite a morning. If you turned on KTLA this morning to watch the news, have we got a show for you? Stick with us because you are about to be inspired. I hope that you get curious about what running can do for your mental and physical fitness, and we'll see you on the starting line next year.
Oh, I'm not going to be on the starting line next year. I would have to start training like today. But Tony, you know all about racing and the chase. You know, years ago you came up with the chase. This is a fascinating point of this race, and you have to explain that because it's a numbers game.
Right, it's a competition within a competition. So we have the elite women, and then we have the elite men. But people really don't know who they are. So how do we get people interested in watching them race? Well, we pit the men against the women. So you give the women, based on the quality of the field, a head start, and then see, can the men run them down? It started in 2004 and went to 2013. In that time, it was like even 8-8. The first 8 years, it was 4-4 rather, to split. But since then, it's gone 6-0 for the women. And it came within 8 seconds 3 years ago. The men got within 8 seconds, almost. Didn't quite do it. This year, 16:05 is the differential, and the question is, can the men run them down? The men's field is definitely quality enough to do it, but the question is, will they?
And we know he started it. What do you look forward to from the elite division today?
I look forward to seeing such a well-matched race. Tony does a great job at crunching the numbers and making sure that the men and women are rounding the corner and coming into Century City together, and it is always an exciting time. But to see how the race plays out in that time is always exciting. Athletes say they're ready, but you never really know until they get running.
That is true. All right, since 1986, when the first race began, more than 800,000 runners have crossed the finish line collectively, covering over 20 million miles. This is more than just a race. It's an event that unites our city in a shared celebration of strength and perseverance. This year, in the wake of the devastating fires that have impacted so many, we are dedicating both the race and this broadcast to those who have experienced loss, as well as to the brave first responders who were there to serve and support our communities. Today, we're lining the course from the stadium to the stars, and KTLA will have reporters covering all the exciting landmarks along the way. Chris Schabel and Megan Henderson will kick things off, bringing you all the action from both the start and finish lines. Lauren Lister will be live at mile marker 2, right in the heart of LA's historic Chinatown, and later she'll check in from mile marker 17 on Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills. Megan tells us she'll be on the ground downtown, First and Grand, right in front of the Walt Disney Concert Hall, before heading over to the Finish Festival in Century City. Samantha Cortese will be in the thick of the action on Hollywood Boulevard in front of the iconic TCL Chinese Theater, and will be checking in with Wendy Birch multiple times throughout the morning, live from West Hollywood at KTLA's very own mile marker 15. John Fenolio will be at the turnaround point in Brentwood, where runners make their way back towards Century City in that final stretch. The finish line, hosting there from Santa Monica Boulevard in the Avenue of the Stars, we will have Olympian Julie Benson. And also, this is a very exciting race from the air. Our coverage will be provided by Derek Bell and Sky 5. And finally, here in the studio, we're going to have Kirk Hawkins, who will keep us updated on the weather as race day progresses. But let's get started now. Megan and Chris, live at Dodger Stadium. And I know Shabo and you and Megan, you guys bring that energy from that start line. Look at them go. Take it away, Chris.
You better believe it, Ping. We're ready, baby. Another year, Megan. How excited are you?
I'm always so excited to be here. 20,000 runners going to be behind us. They're all getting ready. They're over there right now, but they're going to be filling this area. Right now, you can see behind us the para-athletes getting ready for another exciting day.
And the hand cranks, too. And then you have a sparser crowd of the regular runners. They're getting ready too. I think one of the factors we're going to notice right off the bat here at Dodger Stadium and the start line is it's kind of cold. 45 degrees out here. I think the runners are going to love it.
I was going to say ideal running conditions, right?
We've been out here during different years. 2011, it was the rain and cold.
Yeah.
Other years, it's been like the heat where you're like, oh, so glad I'm not running in that heat. I think Tony's the expert. He'll tell us. I think they're going to really, especially the pro athletes, are really going to enjoy how it feels out here. I think it's cold, but I think they're going to love it.
I'm freezing, and the difference between you and me is hilarious. But the runners, they are happy. They are so excited, and we're excited for another race.
And what a great place to start. Dodger Stadium. The Dodgers are the team in all of America right now. The new season's about to start. So they're starting here. Of course, they're going to go through downtown. They're going to go along Sunset, Hollywood Boulevards. They're going to go through Hollywood, right by the TCL Chinese Theater. They're going to go on Rodeo Drive. And, of course, finish at the Avenue of the Stars. So Stadium to the Stars will be at both locations,
We'll be
Megan.
at the finish line after this, so we'll meet up with the winners.
Exactly, but lots more to come from the start line. Ping, it is cold out here. Back to you.
Oh, man, Shabo bringing it this morning. In Century City at the finish, let's hear from Julie Benson. Good morning, Julie.
Good morning, you guys. I'm so happy to be here, and I want to congratulate you, Tony, on your 40th broadcast of this historic race. And, you know, excuse me, I know Chris and Megan have great energy at the start line, but guys, I got here at 5:11 this morning, and there was already families, multiple families camped out, little kids so excited. They've got quite a wait, but when those runners arrive and the athletes get here, I think our excitement here will be just as evenly matched as at the starting line, and we can't wait till those runners get here. And I agree with Chris and Megan. You know, I sat down in this chair, and I was really chilly. We can actually see our breath, and that means we know very good things for the runners. And I agree with Chris. We've had all sorts of conditions here, but I think today can really be a good day for these runners. We might see some really quick times, and I can't wait to report with you guys, and we'll have a great show. Ping, back to you.
All right, Julie, thank you very much. We have multiple start times this morning. Here's how it's all going to unfold. At 6:30, we have the California Rehabilitation Institute Pro Wheelchair Division, which will be followed moments after at 6:32 by hand cranks and mobility impaired athletes. The professional and elite women will go off exactly, as Tony mentioned here at the top of this broadcast, 6:43.55 as he looks at the clock, leading the Los Angeles Marathon Chase, and we're going to discuss much more of that in detail. Then at 7, we will see the professional and elite men and the rest of the field of more than 26,000 runners as they head out on the streets of Los Angeles. Kirk Hawkins now gives us a preview of our race day weather. We saw it's a little chilly out there, Kirk.
We saw it's a little chilly. We saw Chris Schaubel's breath. And so we know that its temperatures are fairly cool. We're seeing mostly clear conditions, some very light winds, at least for the start at Dodger Stadium. 46 degrees officially the temperature that we're tracking right now. And what we're basically looking for throughout the course of the day, increasing cloud cover. We'll see as soon as the sun comes up, partly cloudy skies, increasing clouds. I'll look for generally mostly cloudy conditions by the time we're done later this morning. 60 degrees is what we should see around 11 a.m. So here's a look at what we could expect. 46 for the start, about 65 degrees for the finish. And again, the finish, we're looking at partly to mostly cloudy skies. Generally all day today, we're talking about very light winds, 5-6 miles per hour. A quick update from the traffic center. We are seeing plenty of 101 freeway ramp closures, Grand Avenue, Spring Street, Broadway, and Hollywood Boulevard. And then, of course, there's a number of 110 freeway ramp closures, Stadium Way, even Temple Street. The best advice we have, stay well to the north and well to the south of the marathon course for the duration of the day. Well, that is a look at your traffic, at your forecast. A very exciting day ahead. Back to you.
All right, Kirk, thank you very much. We're going to take a break here, but we're going to be back as we count down to the start of the 40th Los Angeles Marathon, presented by ASICS.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
And now, everybody who's fueled by your local Circle K. There's flower shop owners, neighborhood bakers, awesome food truck sandwich makers, gearheads, mighty motorheads, farmers and their farmsteads, life-saving physicians and head-banging musicians, that guy who helps you change your spare, and rock star nurses. The people we rely on every day are fueled by Circle K every single day. Fueled by Circle K.
Kia has 10 hybrid, electric, and plug-in hybrid utility vehicles to choose from. So whether you're looking for a fuel-efficient hybrid, an all-electric vehicle, or a plug-in hybrid that uses electric for every day and fuel for far away, the question isn't which vehicle to get, it's which Kia to get.
Hello. Welcome back.
10 electrified utility vehicles to choose from. Kia, movement that inspires.
Excuse me, play you for those ultras?
Well, we're kind of high level.
Fascinating. Play you for those ultras? Ultras?
They got ultras. I smell ultra.
That was fun.
I have been a broadcaster at the City of Los Angeles Marathon since 1986. The grand success of the 1984 Olympic Games really inspired everyone around the country, but especially the city fathers here in Los Angeles. And they said, you know, why don't we have a marathon that's similar to the other grand urban marathons? And in 1986, 10,787 registered runners stood on the corner of Figueroa and Exposition to start the first LA Marathon. There's always going to be special stories in marathons. But the first year was a special story because the woman who was leading the first 20 miles of the race wasn't entered in the competition. She was 19-year-old Sylvia Mosqueda from, I think, LA Community College, and she was just doing a training run. And then until 20 miles when she just peeled off. But that was the big story. So whether it's in 1993, which is coming the year after the Rodney King riots, which really tore this city apart, once again, here the marathon pops up on the calendar. And what does it do? It heals the city at a time when it needs it. 2000 was certainly a year to remember. The year of the biblical rain, something like 1.6 inches, like a record downpour on the morning of the marathon. Now, we've also had some very hot years. 2003 was a very, very hot year. Same distance, same quality of athlete, give or take, and yet you have these wild swings in time. Some of that has got to do with the way the race plays out tactically, but some of it's got to do with conditions. One of the unique qualities of the Los Angeles Marathon is their chase format in their elite competition. Now, this started back in 2004. The lead women are given a time advantage over the elite men. And then the question is, can the women's winner hold off the men's winner? With whoever crosses the finish line first being designated as the chase champion and getting a $10,000 bonus. And no other marathon in the world does this. The LA Marathon, for all its years, was a for-profit enterprise. But beginning with the ownership of the McCourt Foundation, it became a nonprofit. The marathon and the training for the marathon is all about quality of life. And so what the McCourt Foundation does year-round resonates quite deeply with the cause of the sport of marathon running as well. Communities that, generally speaking, don't have a lot in common throughout the year, but on that one day, they're all there with the same purpose and the same attitude and the same sense of celebration. And the marathon does this like nobody's business. In a sense, no matter what else we don't have in common, this one thing transcends all those differences and shows us a reflection of the best we can be as human beings. And the city of Los Angeles does it as well as any city in the world.
Tony puts it perfectly in those 3 minutes. And welcome back as we count down to the start of the 40th running of the Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS. So that's why he has a gold star. It's his 40th broadcast. Knows everything about the marathon. So now we have the elite field. Let's talk about like the professionals at this level as we look at the start line here.
Well, we're having as Dana was saying, we have new champions this year in the running division. Antonita Kwambai, though, has been second twice in 01 and 2022. So she has got unfinished business here, so she's really motivated.
Yeah, Kwambai might be hungry, but a win will not be easy with the likes of Tijanes Gabisa of Ethiopia. She was 10th in Zurich just a year ago, and with 1 year of training under her belt, she has arrived to Los Angeles ready to go.
Top American in the field, Savannah Berry from Orem, Utah. She was 12th at the Olympic trials. She's our 2:29 marathoner. Talked to her coach, Isaac Wood, yesterday. She's in PR shape, on the podium at the U.S. Road Championships at 20K last year. So this is an opportunity for her to really step up.
Exciting to have an American to watch. And on the men's side, all eyes are on Gezalu Ayana of Ethiopia. He was first at the 2023 Paris Marathon, has a personal best faster than anybody else in the field. He looks to be the one to watch.
There's a debutante in this race which you really have to watch, and that is Athanas Kioko from Kenya. Went to Campbell University in Nashville, Tennessee. Was a 13-time Big South Conference champion, but last year he was second at the Philadelphia distance run, the half marathon, a prestigious half marathon, second at the Falmouth Road Race, a prestigious race on Cape Cod, and earlier this year he ran 1:01 for the half marathon in Houston, Texas. So this guy has got all the talent. Is he built for double the distance?
And rounding out our men to watch is American Matt Rickman from Montana. You know, Matt put on a stunning display when he was fourth at the Twin City Marathon in his debut. He is looking for a win here today. He says he's ready, can't wait to watch him. He is a rising star in U.S. distance running.
Exciting, we're counting down. Chris Jobble, I saw you down there, Chris. And you ready? Give us going here at the starting line.
Hey, Ping, I'm here with two of the elite athletes that are going to be running here today. Savannah Berry on the women's side, her personal best, 2 hours, 29 minutes. But also Sammy Rodich from Kenya, one of the men who's expected to smoke it here today. Savannah, for you, this is your first Los Angeles Marathon. What are you thinking?
I'm really excited. It's something that I've watched on TV since I was a kid, so it's something that I've dreamed of doing, and now I get the opportunity to actually run the course and see the wonderful landmarks. So
45 degrees right now at race start.
Yeah.
Maybe a tick above that when it actually starts. Your thoughts?
I'm originally from Bakersfield, so I'm used to the heat. I like a little bit of warm weather, so I'm excited for the 45 and hopefully even maybe up to 60 at the end.
Yeah, exactly. You nailed it. That's what it's expected to be. Sammy, for you, last year you finished 4th. What's it going to take to be 1st this year?
Okay, last year I finished 4th. I had a knee injury. This year I don't have any injury, so I'm ready.
So you've run this, you're a veteran. So for you, what are the keys to actually running a good race, in your opinion?
Okay, the key is to keep discipline, to keep consistency. Just do what's best for you. Just listen to your body and listen to your coach. That's the key. You focus when it's come to like race like this in March. By January, you are doing a lot of training. Towards the race, you are ready to fly in. And yes, thank you. I'm here in LA.
Well, first of all, I'm impressed that you could hear over the ACDC behind us right now. For you, Savannah, what's going to be the key for a good race?
I think it's just really like getting myself into the race, not worrying about the time, not worrying about the course, but just like worrying about racing and who's around me and how I can play off the field to come across this finish line with something I'm happy about, a good performance and things like that.
So as someone who's never run this particular marathon before, how do you know when to turn on the gas, when to back off, when to stay with the pace? Is that just your training, or how do you know when to attack, when to chill out?
I feel like it's mostly just like playing with the field. So I come from like obviously running in high school and college and things like that. So it's really just like whatever the field's doing, and like the momentum that people are bringing to the field is what's going to get you to run faster and run farther than you could have thought. So it's really just playing with whatever everyone else is doing.
And Sammy, what about you? Let's say you're at a certain point in the race. How will you know when you've got a real chance to win it?
Okay, first of all, we got 2 work to do. We have to chase the women team, which we'll be seeing how far they are ahead of us. Secondly, after 12 miles, that's how I'll know how comfortable my body is, because it's kind of hilly the first 12 miles. So after 12 miles, I can tell, my body can tell, okay, is it time to try to see how many guys are still hanging in? Am I between the guys, the front guys? If I'll be there, then I'll program my mind like, okay, let me see what else, what comes up.
All right. Well, Sammy and Savannah, thank you both, and good luck to you both. Hopefully we'll see you at the finish line, and we'll be interviewing you again because you both won. Ping, going to send it back to you, buddy.
All right, Chris, we're going to take a break and be right back with our countdown after this to the Los Angeles Marathon, presented by ASICS.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
And now, everybody who's fueled by your local Circle K. There's flower shop owners, neighborhood bakers, awesome food truck sandwich makers, gearheads, mighty motorheads, farmers and their farmsteads, life-saving physicians and head-banging musicians, that guy who helps you change your spare, and rockstar nurses. The people we rely on every day are fueled by Circle K every single day. Fueled by Circle K.
Kia has 10 hybrid, electric, and plug-in hybrid utility vehicles to choose from. So whether you're looking for a fuel-efficient hybrid, an all-electric vehicle, or a plug-in hybrid that uses electric for every day and fuel for far away, the question isn't which vehicle to get, it's which Kia to get.
Hello. Welcome back.
10 electrified utility vehicles to choose from. Kia, movement that inspires.
Excuse me. play you for those ultras?
Well, we're kind of high level.
Fascinating.
Play for those ultras?
They got ultras. I smell ultra.
That was fun.
All right, welcome back and good morning to you. We're counting down to the start of the Los Angeles Marathon. And for family and friends with someone running in today's race, you can text your messages of support to 515151. Message and data rates do apply. Let's go back to Chris Schabel at the starting line once again with a special interview. Good morning.
Well, good morning to you, Ping. We have the guy that's kind of running the whole show. We have Brian McCourt, of course, head president of the McCourt Foundation, who runs the LA Marathon. They put on the LA Marathon. Mr. McCourt, for you, this has got to be an exciting morning.
Yes, it is, Chris, and it's great to see you again.
You too, buddy.
And I'd like to take the credit for putting this all on, but we have a wonderful team out there that works really, really hard all year long to make this happen. And this is a happening. It's just an amazing day, and to think about what's going to happen right now, it's great to see all the pros and the leaders and the elite, but really what's happening out there is so many charities. Over 105 charities are out there raising money. Millions of dollars are going to be raised today for this incredible city, and I'm so proud of that.
And you should be. The whole organization should be. Tell us about the first responders that this race today is dedicated to. It's pretty obvious they're well deserving.
No question. I'm telling you, it was just horrible. You know, one of the worst disasters we've seen in the country, and everywhere everybody was stepping up. And the first responders are there. When I heard a story that someone had slept for 36 hours, can you believe that? I mean, 36 hours period. Forget about out there working and helping. Those first responders are the heroes, and we dedicate this marathon to them.
And what's interesting is not only will there be first responders all throughout the course, undoubtedly there's probably some first responders and even maybe fire victims running this race this morning. I think that's one of the stories we'll be bringing you throughout the morning. But it's just amazing how the marathon is almost like a symbol of hope for some of these folks.
No question. And when we started Together LA and we outreached starting with the Boston Marathon, everyone didn't hesitate. They said immediately, we're there. What do you need us to do?
At the end of this marathon, or at the finish line, I'm going to interview you again. I want to hear about the expo. We didn't have time to talk about it today or this morning right now, but later this morning I want to talk about the expo because I know it was a smashing success.
Huge.
All right, I'm going to send it back to you guys.
All right, Chris, just behind him right there is the start line where the pro wheelchair division are about to start. And Tony, 13 men, 4 women will compete for this.
Yeah, it's called the push rim division as opposed to the hand crank division. The hand cranks have gears, and in the triathlon world, they are the cycling element, whereas the push rim are the running element. So that's why, and the push rim is the division we're paying attention to. We've got both defending champions back. There are 2-time champions. On the women's side, Hannah Babaloa, wearing bib number 65, 37 years of age. On the men's side, Francisco San Clemente from Colombia, who won it in 23 and 24, looking to be a 3-peat champion. We've only had 3 other men to do that in the past. And we look for Francisco San Clemente, who ran 1:37.14 last year, yellow top, black helmet, and a black chair. Right there in the middle of the screen, and he was 10th in the Paralympic finals in the marathon in Paris. He's the odds-on favorite to win his 3rd in a row.
And a time we're looking for here, what they're going to finish, would you say? Like how long?
1:37 last year.
Yeah.
And good weather for runners is not as good for wheelchair athletes because of the lack of blood supply. It's harder for them to get warm in cooler conditions. So the hotter it is, it's better for them. So it's not bad conditions for the wheelchairs. They hate the rain especially because it gets slippery. But for the most part, we're looking for San Clemente to be the favorite. Krieger Shabort, a 5-time champion, is also back. The top 5 men from last year have returned, and 2 out of the top 5 for the women's start.
Okay, we're going to pick it up here. We're like 5 seconds away before they get going. Let's take a listen.
Off they go. And you know, they say horses for courses, or they say horses for courses.
They do. I mean, in the golf world, they say that.
And there are certain athletes who are better at downhill gliding, the heavier athletes. They can use gravity to their benefit and really be able to go and to get open a lead downhill. And of course, coming out of Dodger Stadium, Dina, it's a big downhill, so we have chances for early breakaways here in LA.
I was just going to add that with the police escorts bringing them out of Dodger Stadium, this course is particularly tricky for the push-rim division because of the hills, because of the turns, so many turns as they go through all of the cultural hotspots and diverse communities that make up the Los Angeles Marathon. The sun is not even up yet, which makes it especially tricky for them. We saw a few years ago that one of the top favorites in the race got stuck on a pothole making a turn and fell out of his chair and couldn't finish the race. So it is a really technical race for them. The hills, the potholes on the course.
I do want to make mention of the fact that one of our 3-time champions, Jim Knab from Long Beach, died last November. Jim was the winner here in LA in 1989, 91, and 92, one of the great pioneers and champions in wheelchair running. He was a pole vaulter at Long Beach State, got into a motorcycle accident, put him in a chair, and became one of the great champions in not just LA, but wheelchair history. And we want to make recognition of the great Jim Knab having passed away. Bless your heart, Jim.
Now that the pro wheelchairs are off, we're going to be back with the pro women in the start of the Los Angeles Marathon, presented by ASICS, and the chase all after this.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
And now, everybody who's fueled by your local Circle K. There's flower shop owners, neighborhood bakers, awesome food truck sandwich makers, gearheads, mighty motorheads, farmers and their farmsteads, life-saving physicians and head-banging musicians, that guy who helps you change your spare, and rock star nurses. The people we rely on every day are fueled by Circle K every single day. Fueled by Circle K.
Kia has 10 hybrid, electric, and plug-in hybrid utility vehicles to choose from. So whether you're looking for a fuel-efficient hybrid, an all-electric vehicle, or a plug-in hybrid that uses electric for every day and fuel for far away, the question isn't which vehicle to get, it's which Kia to get.
Hello. Welcome back.
10 electrified utility vehicles to choose from. Kia, movement that inspires.
Excuse me, play you for those ultras?
Well, we're kind of high level.
Fascinating.
Play for those ultras?
They got ultras. I smell ultra.
That was fun.
began in the afterglow of LA's 1984 Olympic Games, a continuation of spirit, unity, and inspiration that would evolve into one of the city's greatest traditions. In 1986, when 10,787 runners of all backgrounds and abilities towed the line on Figueroa and Exposition beside the historic Coliseum, they weren't just starting a race. They were building a legacy. An epic event that would endure and come to be known as the greatest day in LA. The Los Angeles Marathon is more than a race. It's a powerful display of resilience, determination, and the camaraderie that unites us all. Over the next few hours, we invite you to cheer, to be entertained, and most of all, to be inspired. This is the 40th running of the Los Angeles Marathon, presented by ASICS. As we take a look at live pictures at Dodger Stadium, as the men will get ready to go here at the top of the hour at 7. The weather looks good for running. As Kirk mentioned, 45 degrees or so to start the race, finishing in the 60s at the finish line there in Century City. All right, again, this is KTLA's live coverage of the 40th Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS. I am David Pingalore. A great morning to you. And here in studio with me are two legends of the sport, Tony Revis, who has called every Los Angeles Marathon since the race began, and Olympic medalist and New York Times best-selling author, Dina Castor. Tony and Dina, the McCourt Foundation Marathon Chase is a signature of this race in Los Angeles. We've talked about it in the top of this broadcast. This is an exciting part of the race.
It is so exciting, and I loved Chris Schaubel's interview with Savannah Berry of the United States and Sammy Rotich of Kenya. They are both looking out for each other. Savannah said she is just going to play the field today. I love that she doesn't have a specific strategy, but soaking in the moment. And Sammy Rotich saying that he wanted to see what the women were doing. So it is certainly a race within a race. And the elite athletes actually get the differential in front of them, right? What that lead vehicle is showing whether they are ahead or behind.
Every 5 kilometers, like Tour de France, a motorcycle shows up and puts up a whiteboard saying plus or minus how far you're behind. And so they have an idea of where they stand in the competition gender to gender.
And we should, keep bragging. This is the man that started the chase. Like, this was your idea years ago.
Well, the whole idea is how do you make it more exciting and how do you get more money to the athletes? And it turns out that it works. I mean, it gives people at home watching somebody to root for, and it gives the athletes something to shoot for, and it's kind of unique. And so you have to try to win your own race, the men's race and the female race, but then you've got to go out and try to hunt down the other people as well. So the women, it's easier chasing than it is being chased. So in that sense, the women have, it's on them to establish the pace and go. And the best way we've seen in the past over the 14 years is the women, a steady pace. If they just keep it steady, that puts the pressure on the men to do something behind them.
And Megan Henderson, Dina wanted to say something real quick. Let's go to Megan first, though. Megan, what do you have for us? Good morning.
Good morning to you. One of the most inspiring parts about the LA Marathon is the fact that we are honoring the first responders from the wildfires. I am here with one of those first responders, Lieutenant Al Orozco with the LAPD. It is so great to talk to you. I have a couple other first responders behind us. First, I want you to introduce these fine men and women.
We have Sergeant Guzman here, Captain Rodriguez, Officer Ziegler, and Officer Trujillo, all with the Los Angeles Police Department.
Wonderful, and I want to thank you all for your service during the wildfire and beyond. I know you love coming to LA marathons. You told me you've never actually run a marathon before, but you've worked them before.
I've worked them for 30 years. I've been working the LA Marathon in different parts of the city, but I've never ran one before.
What has the community's response been towards all the first responders since the wildfires?
Since the wildfires, the response of the community has been positive. We've had nothing but good things from the community. Everything's been positive, even before the fires.
And this is not a working day for you because you're being honored. So you're not actually, well, I guess you're working. I mean, you're in uniform. But how does it feel to be honored and to be a part of this day?
It feels really good, really great. We thank you for that. Today is about resilience, about pushing forward, about community.
And what are you looking forward to most when you work these marathons, when you see these people putting their heart and souls into this day? What do you look forward to most?
I'm looking for people to actually break their own records, you know, to have a good time. This is a community event, so we're hoping everybody has a good time.
Are you ever inspired to lace up your own shoes? Get in the gang one of these days, one of these years?
I've tried it, but 26.2 miles, it's a long distance.
It is such a long distance. Well, congratulations to you, to all of you. Thank you all once again. Enjoy the day. As someone who's being honored, we certainly appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we're going to send it back to you, Ping, in studio.
All right, Megan, thank you very much. All right, Dina, so what is it like, Olympian athlete, marathon runner, 2004 bronze medalist, what is it like anticipating starting a race?
Yeah, you would hope that calm, cool, and collected, as we saw in Savannah Berry and Sammy Rotich at the start line, having a trust in your training program, a little bit of anxiousness to get the morning underway, all that work under your belt, and now you're just a caged animal ready to release. But in this chase, I really think it begs for the women to look over their shoulder and just tease those guys like, catch me if you can. It's a really fun day for them, a little bit of playfulness out there as they chase more money.
It is hard. I mean, it's kind of interesting. You're being chased versus, you know, you're running away. Like, you'd rather be chased.
You're scared. Actually, you're frightened in both conditions because the men feel if we don't get going, we're not going to get them. So we got to go. And sometimes they start too early to go after them. And then when they get within sniffing distance, they've run out of energy. And they don't have the killer isn't left in them. And the women, they run out of fear like they're going to get me, we got to get me. But the key is, and Dina was saying it earlier, you've got to trust your training and just run your pace. Don't do anything different on race day. That is the #1 dictate of all marathon running. No new shoes, no new water, no new carbohydrate loading thing, no new clothing. Everything has been done in practice. Follow your training. That'll hold you in good stead throughout the day.
And Dina, what do you look forward to from a start of a race like this? Obviously, it gets a little hilly here in the first few miles.
It's definitely psychological. In the beginning of races, I tend to think, as you feel the buzz of 26,000 people around you, this is no big deal. This is what I do every day. But it's really taming those nerves, having emotional control, because you need to call on that energy, that extra energy, that excitement in the later stages when you start to fatigue.
And as we do look at the starting line where they're getting ready to start here in about 1 minute and 30 seconds. So they're going to leave Dodger Stadium. They're going to go up Vin Scully Ave. And then there's a hill going down there. That's kind of, you got to manage through that a little bit.
Right, and then you go up to Disney Hall and 4 miles, and that's a big uphill. And then after that, there's another big downhill. So it's those rolling hills, and you just got to maintain your effort. Don't look at the splits in the early miles because they're going to, vary wildly. Just keep steady effort and just find your rhythm.
It's a marathon, not a sprint. Right, Dina?
Look at the nerves of Savannah Berry. When someone yawns at the start, that's just releasing some nerves.
Yeah, their body trying to get some excess oxygen to their working muscles already. And this race in particular, so challenging because as you train pacing yourself month after month, here it is about perceived exertion because of the undulating hills. It's perceiving that uphill. It might be a little slower mile, but your perceived exertion is going to help you maintain that energy level.
All right, let's go down to the starting line now. Let's take a listen in as the pro and elite women are about to head out on the Los Angeles Marathon Chase.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And Tony, they're off.
Into the gloaming. And that's going to be interesting. The woman that's got the experience is wearing bib number 100, Antonina Kwambai from Kenya. Twice has been second in this race in 2021 and 2022. I would think that other people would really, she's right behind Savannah Berry there in the white top, in the yellow socks. That's our 2-time second place finisher, Kwambai. I would say it behooves the other athletes to use her experience. She knows this course inside and out. But the question is, does she want to go out and actually establish a pace? The hardest thing to do at the beginning for the women is to find that leader that kind of gets them up and going. Get that ramp going. Find that rhythm. And right now it's Savannah.
So much internalizing going on, from shaking out taper nerves to reading the feeling and feedback your body is giving you, as well as trying to read the athletes around you.
It's time for a break, but we're going to be back with more live coverage as we start the Los Angeles Marathon, presented by ASICS.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
And now, everybody who's fueled by your local Circle K. There's flower shop owners, neighborhood bakers, awesome food truck sandwich makers, gearheads, mighty motorheads, farmers and their farmsteads, life-saving physicians and head-banging musicians, that guy who helps you change your spare, and rock star nurses. The people we rely on every day are fueled by Circle K every single day. Fueled by Circle K.
Kia has 10 hybrid, electric, and plug-in hybrid utility vehicles to choose from. So whether you're looking for a fuel-efficient hybrid, an all-electric vehicle, or a plug-in hybrid that uses electric for every day and fuel for far away, the question isn't which vehicle to get, it's which Kia to get.
Hello. Welcome back.
10 electrified utility vehicles to choose from. Kia, movement that inspires.
And welcome back as we are counting down to the start of the 40th Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS. And for family and friends with someone running in today's race, you can send your messages of support to 515151. Messages and data rates do apply. Let's go back down to the starting line now where Megan is standing by with the Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. Good morning again.
Good morning to you. Yes, LA Mayor Karen Bass, so great to see you. Good morning. How does it feel to be here celebrating 40 years of the LA Marathon?
Well, let me just tell you, I am always amazed and inspired by the athletes that come out today, and then just the regular citizens who have the stamina to run the marathon.
Absolutely, to wake up early. Talk about what the event means to the city as a whole.
Well, you know, especially at a time like this, when we are still dealing with the tragedy that happened in January. And I think moments like this, when tens of thousands of people come out, it's inspiring.
It really is, and you really can feel the sense of community every marathon, but I'm feeling it even more this specific marathon.
Absolutely, and people are coming out with all levels of running ability, like the elite runners that are getting ready to come out, and the ones that come for fun. And so it's always, you know, it's an LA day to be out here bright and early.
It is, absolutely. What are you going to say to the runners who come up to you? A lot of them going to be so excited to see you. What sort of motivation can you give them?
Well, I just tell them to represent. I know that they have been training and practicing for this for weeks, and I just want them to know how proud all Angelinos are of them.
Have you ever been a big runner?
I have never been a runner.
Me either.
I'm a bike rider and a swimmer.
Okay, so you know what competition means, you know what it takes to get out there.
I do, absolutely. And so that's why they inspire me so much.
Absolutely. Mayor Bass, have a wonderful morning. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today. Have a great rest of your day. All right, Ping, we're sending it back to you in the studio.
All right, Megan, thank you very much. As we take a live look. Wow, 26,000 plus. Getting ready to get started in the Los Angeles Marathon. We're going to be back after this for the pro men and of course, the masses to start the Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS in about 10 minutes and 5 seconds.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
And now, everybody who's fueled by your local Circle K. There's flower shop owners, neighborhood bakers, awesome food truck sandwich makers, gearheads, mighty motorheads, farmers and their farmsteads, life-saving physicians and head-banging musicians, that guy who helped you change your spare, and rock star nurses. The people we rely on every day are fueled by Circle K every single day. Fueled by Circle K.
Kia has 10 hybrid, electric, and plug-in hybrid utility vehicles to choose from. So whether you're looking for a fuel-efficient hybrid, an all-electric vehicle, or a plug-in hybrid that uses electric for every day and fuel for far away, the question isn't which vehicle to get, it's which Kia to get.
Hello. Welcome back.
10 electrified utility vehicles to choose from. Kia, movement that inspires.
It's marathon morning in Los Angeles, and we're counting down to the pro men's and masses of 26,000 plus starts as we look at the women. It's just already off and running. A Savannah Berry out front right now. We also want to remind family and friends with someone running in today's race, you can send your messages of support to 515151. Message and data rates do apply. So, Tony has more notes going on here at the desk. He is the stat man of all stats. Well, as you look at all these stats.
The women just passed the first mile in 6:01, which is a relatively slow pedestrian pace. They're depending on Savannah Berry of the United States to carry them. But on her shoulder is two-time runner-up Antonina Kwambai with the yellow socks. And to her left, Rita Jalagat from Kenya in her marathon debut. So they're just letting Savannah do the work right now, but Savannah looks very comfortable leading this race.
Just to let you know, it's the slowest first mile since 2020 when they went through in 6:05 back in 2020, the COVID year. But that race ended up with Margaret Murakuri from Kenya winning in 2:29.28. So you can run slow at the beginning and still ramp it up at the end. In fact, it makes more sense to build your way into your pace. Going out too fast is really a bigger problem than going out too slow.
All right, now here's the National Guard presenting the colors, followed by legacy runner Steve Collins, who will perform our national anthem as we get started here at the top of the hour with the elite men.
Playing our national anthem is Steve Collins, who is one of 93 legacy runners who has completed all 39 previous LA marathons. Please remove your hats and headgear, and we would please ask that you present the colors.
We are now 3 minutes and 15 seconds to start the race for the elite men and the masses of 26,000 runners along this 26.2-mile course through the streets of Los Angeles. And Tony, what are you looking forward to now?
Well, I mean, the men are so anxious to get going because they've just been, the time has been clicking by. The women are just going farther and farther away. And of course, the men right now don't know they ran a 6:01 first mile. And so, for the most part, they're just anxious to get going.
I mean, the anticipation, I mean, like, it's kind of, you get antsy at this point. Like, the women are already out, but now the men are just like, can we just go? Like you mentioned before, like, we just want to start this thing.
Right, and the women have picked up the pace. They're 10 seconds faster on their second mile, so it's good that they're just finding their rhythm and working into that faster pace in hopes they can fend off the men who are just about ready to start.
The chase will begin of the Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS.
Yeah,
so there's Savannah.
Savannah Berry, Bakersfield native, now lives in Orem, Utah, was 12th at the Olympic trials in Orlando last year, third in New Haven, Connecticut in the fall in the U.S. Road Championships at 20 kilometers. Just a lovely, efficient stride, Dina.
Yes, and Antonita Kwambai of Kenya is to the left of the screen to her in the yellow socks. She is two-time runner-up here, so she is trying to play her cards a little better this year. She led a lot of last year's race and may have left a little bit out on the course, but this year she's learned from her mistakes, tucking in behind Savannah Berry of the United States in hopes she could time this year's race a little better.
Viewers tuning in for the very first time watching a marathon, you could be tuning in and going, what? You know, marathon. Like, you don't really want to get out in front. I would just want to just start running. Like, just get past everybody. But it's a pace.
No, exactly.
Maybe we could run together, because I like doing that too. Just get out
go.
there and go. Yeah.
Can you just get out in front of everybody and say, I'm going to just blitz you?
Well, we saw that last year. A guy named Victor Kiptercher went out really hard, thought he could build a lead, and ended up dying, metaphorically speaking, at the end. He fell apart. He is in Barcelona today because he was so afraid of the hills last year in L.A. He says, I'm not going back to that course.
He didn't want anything to do with the hills.
No.
It was more his strategy that bit him than
No,
the
exactly.
hills of
Well,
Los
no, but he
Angeles.
made a mistake by going out hard rather than building into the race, and he sort of took himself out of the competition as the day went on.
40 seconds away before the elite men and the 26,000 plus runners along this 26.2-mile course will get going. And down at Dodger Stadium, Chris Schabel is going to get things started. I know Schabel likes to kind of get it going a little bit down there. You have the president and CEO of ASICS and Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. Let's get ready to start it down with 10 seconds.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I talked to two men over this weekend. Sammy Rotich, who we had at the starting line with an interview. He has been here 3 times in the past. 4th last year, 7th in 2020, and 12th in 2019. Each one of those times, he says, I was injured a little bit and really wasn't at my full strength. This time, he says, not only am I 3 months prepared with no injuries, the podium is not what I'm shooting for. I'm shooting to win this race, nothing less, winning the race. Athanas Kioko, who's a debutante from Kenya, Campbell University grad in 2021, he's also saying, even though he's never run a marathon, I'm here to win the race. Nobody else is going to win. I'm here to win it. So that's the kind of confidence you really need. You talk yourself both into and out of position, don't you, Dina? I mean, life is self-fulfilling prophecy, and you have to believe before you can ever do.
Absolutely, and as we watch the masses come through the start line, also, all of the same lessons apply to them. The training and the preparation, the trusting in their race plan and race strategy, and the fact that, I guess it was Brian McCord at the start line that alluded to the fiscal impact this has in raising money for charities it also has an emotional impact on each and every one of these runners. They may have started for the physical benefits that running can give you, but as you see from the smiles on their faces and the hands in the air, the celebrating has already started, and they're not even close to the finish line. They have a long morning ahead of them. So the spirit of this event is what brings people back to Los Angeles 40 years running.
Have some just a quick update on the wheelchair competition. Number 51, Gonzalo Valdivinos from Mexico, third last year in 1 hour and 48 minutes. A two-time Paralympian is in the lead, and he has got about a 10-second lead on five-time champion Kriega Shabort and Wyatt Willen. Wyatt Willen from Tucson, he was second last year. So Kriega Shabort was fourth last year, but a five-time champion. We had Valdivinos, who was third last year in the lead, and Willand in second last year is in the third position right now. And it is Hannah Babaloa, our two-time women's champion, is in the lead, along with Wakako Chuchita. Wakako Chuchita is one of the legends in wheelchair women's competition. She's a five-time Boston Marathon champion, an 11-time Honolulu Marathon champion, a 9-time Oita International Marathon champion. She ran sixth at the Tokyo Marathon earlier this year, 1 hour and 40 minutes. So she is the fastest woman in the field. We'll see if she can play it out on the streets of LA.
And as we get updates on the women's competition, who went out 16 minutes and 5 seconds ahead. Passing through the Gateway Monument there and enjoying a little bit of LA culture. They are again 10 seconds faster than their previous split. So they've been breaking it down by 10-second increments. At some point that has to stop, and they're going to need to find a rhythm.
All right, go ahead, Tony. Go.
No, I'm just saying that can also be the nature of the course, the rise and fall of the course.
Right. All right, Chris Schabel, President and CEO from ASICS. You have him and the Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass again. Go, Chris.
Hey, Ping, I've got Kodama-san, the CEO of ASICS. Thank you so much for agreeing to talk to us. What does this 40th anniversary race mean to you and your company?
Yeah, very incredible and amazing. And thank you very much for everything, from the understanding and support from LA City and police, fire department, everybody. Yeah.
Absolutely. On Friday, ASICS and the McCourt Foundation cemented their relationship to go forward. What does that mean for both you and the McCourt Foundation?
Yeah, so this is an incredible partnership, an amazing partnership, and we really happy and fortunate to extend this relationship, and we want to contribute for the runners and the community together.
Well, I want to thank you for these incredible shoes. Incredible shoes. These incredible shoes. What makes ASICS stand out?
Yeah, ASICS is a sound mind, sound body. So we want to contribute to the people from not only the athletic, but also the mental. So we want to support everybody like through our business.
When the expo was held all weekend long, and there were more than 70,000 people that came through the expo that saw the ASICS sponsorship, they saw the products. How important is it for you to have such a big platform and a big reach?
Yeah, very much. And so we appreciate the partner, the Fleet Feet, our very key partner for products and sales. But through that, so we want to really thank you for everybody to come to our booth.
Well, thank you for your support,
Thank you very much.
Kodama-san.
Yeah,
thank you so much. Sending it back to you, Ping.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. We're going to take a break here and be right back on the 40th running of the Los Angeles Marathon, presented by ASICS. It is now officially underway for all runners going through the streets of Los Angeles.
When you were small, you were afraid of what you couldn't see.
But now you know there's nothing to fear when you can see what's coming. That's why Penske created Catalyst AI, a tool that combs through billions of data points so you can compare your fleet against similar fleets to see exactly how your business is doing and how to improve. There's nothing more comforting than that.
Are you ready to connect to a perfect journey with Turkish Airlines? To feel welcomed and to feel refreshed? To discover unforgettable flavors? To reach new heights of happiness? To connect to a journey that's perfect because of you.
Let's get to it.
Welcome back to the 40th running of the Los Angeles Marathon, presented by ASICS. Wow, the masses. What is it like to prepare for a marathon for the masses? Like if you're not an elite runner, Tina.
It's usually a 6-month training plan, and there's so many great clubs around the area, the greater LA area, the LA Roadrunners, the LA Leggers, the Janes. There's so many great programs that get people ready for this epic day in Los Angeles. Trusted programs year in, year out that are getting the 26,000 runners ready to conquer the 26.2-mile distance.
6 months. So if you're watching right now, you want to get ready for next year, and 6 months from now, start training. Let's go down to the starting line again. Chris and Megan. What's the energy like down there? I know you two have so much energy bright and early.
So much energy. Yes, good morning again, Ping. I'm actually worried about you, that you're going to be trampled.
I love this. This is the center of the universe for Los Angeles right now. Look at this energy. Here comes Elvis. Oh my goodness, the running Elvis.
And Marilyn Monroe.
Look at this. This is what. Hey! This is what the LA Marathon is all about. It's about the fun, and it's about changing your life. If you can do this, you realize you can do anything.
And what I absolutely love is seeing so many different ages represented, so many different people. I mean, just from all over. I mean, I'm telling you, it is so inspiring to see.
The vibe is electric. It started off with I Love LA, then it went to Can't Stop the Feeling by JT, and now it's Uptown Funk, baby. This is what I love about the start line.
Everybody say hello! There you go!
We're going to see you guys a little bit later from the finish line, though. So when we're not on the show for about an hour, that's what we're doing. Just getting from the start line to the finish line.
Good luck, runners! Ping, we're going to send it back to you.
All right, you guys should just run to the finish line. Just run to the finish line. Look at him, he's ready to go. You guys should just start running. All right, the marathon takes runners on a spectacular tour of Los Angeles. So Dina and Tony, let's take a look at what it looks like, Dina. Like the tour is 26.2 miles through historic parts of Los Angeles.
Right. The Los Angeles Marathon has the greatest assets of any marathon in the world, starting with Dodger Stadium. Runners come down Sunset Boulevard through the gates of Chinatown. Their first stop on this cultural tour of LA, Disney Concert Hall, where they have their first really big incline there at about the 5-mile mark, passing through the diverse communities like Silver Lake and Echo Park. Los Feliz is when they get their first view of the Hollywood sign, which is always exciting. A lot of stopping and posing for selfies you see on social media later in the day. The Hollywood Walk of Fame as they make their way down Hollywood Boulevard, where a lot of our bands got their starts, their beginnings at the clubs there. Again, on Sunset Boulevard and the Sunset Strip. So many places to showcase They are past the halfway point as they go down Rodeo Drive and into Beverly Hills, an inexpensive shopping trip down Rodeo Drive, but it's all a net downhill. By the time they get to Santa Monica Boulevard and Century City, down one of my favorite places to run, San Vicente Boulevard, that gradual downhill that they have there, they can really get a lot of momentum. But once they get there, they have a 4-mile uphill trek back into Century City. It's a really good place for runners to be able to look across and gain energy from the other runners going in the opposite direction, but it really is an uphill grind those last 4 miles before they make their way to that finish line where the celebrations await them.
What I take away from that graphic is, can you imagine if you could just drive through Los Angeles that fast? The way, right?
I mean, it's faster running it really than it is with traffic and all. It's a faster way to see the city is to just show up on race day and have the streets open up for you. There's a live look at our wheelchair leaders and our female and
Savannah Berry out front still
out in front with well into 4 miles. She again has dropped her pace by a few seconds. Her last mile, she started in a 6:01 mile coming out of Dodger Stadium, and that last split at the 4-mile mark was a 5:38. So she's definitely cranking the screws slowly, but certainly looks within herself as she gives a little smile, maybe some shouts on the sidelines.
And Tony, you're running numbers over here like you're just a mathematician.
The man on the right-hand side of the screen, you've got a big, large pack, and they ran their second mile in 4:54 off of 5:02 opening mile. So again, they're taking big chunks off that differential right off the start of the race. They did it last year. Again, last year, Victor Kipchirchir went out in 4:34 for the first mile. Today it was 5:02. But at the end of the day, the women ran the faster time and won the chase. So going out fast, you don't put money in the bank by going out hard in a marathon. You want to have running left in your legs for the final 5-6 miles. So if you go out too hard and you establish a fast pace, sometimes it's hard to come off of that pace, and you pay the penalty late in the day. But we'll see how it plays out today. But the men so far are cranking in the first couple of miles. The women just building slowly into their race.
We're going to take a break and be back with more live coverage of the start of the Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
And now, everybody who's fueled by your local Circle K. There's flower shop owners, neighborhood bakers, awesome food truck sandwich makers, gearheads, mighty motorheads, farmers and their farmsteads, life-saving physicians and head-banging musicians, that guy who helps you change your spare, and rock star nurses. The people we rely on every day are fueled by Circle K. Every single day, fueled by Circle K.
Kia has 10 hybrid, electric, and plug-in hybrid utility vehicles to choose from. So whether you're looking for a fuel-efficient hybrid, an all-electric vehicle, or a plug-in hybrid that uses electric for every day and fuel for far away, the question isn't which vehicle to get, it's which Kia to get.
Hello. Welcome back.
10 electrified utility vehicles to choose from. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Best marathon day advice: have fun and hydrate.
I make sure to drink a lot of water.
Nothing new. Don't try anything new.
Don't wear brand new shoes. Don't try new food.
Make sure you've tested your shoes, your socks, your nutrition, your water belt.
Listen to other people who have run marathons.
Take the first 6 miles really slow.
Make sure you keep something in the tank. Do not run dry at mile 20.
Run your own race.
You don't have to get the world's record. You just have to do the best you can.
Just go out and enjoy it.
Enjoy it. Just have fun. Have fun.
Just to have fun.
Keep going and think positively.
Believe in the process.
Have your mindset that yes, you can do it. You've trained for it.
Expect the unexpected.
But also be mentally prepared to face those challenges. You know, they call it hitting the wall in the marathon.
Listen to your body and take 1 mile at a time.
Be easy on yourself.
Visualize the marathon. Think positive.
Come up with a pie-in-the-sky goal, like I'm gonna win the LA Marathon, I'm gonna win my age group, and then have a reasonable goal, like I'm just gonna finish. When things start to get tough, you have a goal to achieve. And when you cross the finish line, you have a goal that you have achieved and you can celebrate.
And welcome back to the running of the Los Angeles Marathon, 40th, presented by ASICS. Family and friends with someone running in today's race, you can send your messages of support to 515151. Message and data rates do apply. Recapping how this morning race has started out. 6:30, we saw the start of the pro wheelchair division. They were then joined by the professional and elite women runners. They started at 6:40, 3:55. The wheelchair is getting out there. There go the ladies. Savannah Berry, as we know, she got out front there pretty on the quick side. It's all part of the marathon chase. And finally, the professional elite men at 7, leading the main field of more than 26,000 now making their way through the streets of Los Angeles. And Tony Revis, Dina Castro, an Olympian runner, medalist in 2004 in Athens.
Hilly course, big time hilly course. In fact, Dina came from behind to win that bronze medal. How far back were you at the farthest?
I was about 36th place.
Oh, wow.
At the 10K mark, so had some ground to cover to make up that distance.
But that was the plan, wasn't it?
So here we go on the left side. Savannah's still out front, and we have the men trying to chase down the ladies.
The women are just finding their stride, just slowly finding that faster rhythm that is going to fend off the men. But the men came out meaning business today. Really fast splits coming out of Dodger Stadium for them.
And they've already taken 42 seconds out of that 16-minute and 5-second advantage that the women had. Just to do the math, 16 minutes and 5 seconds equals 965 seconds. In the first 2 miles, the men have dropped 42 of those seconds. So, but again, we look at last year. The marathon is a game of history. The men went out in 4:34 for the first mile last year, and yet the winning time was 2:11:01. The women went out in 5:42, and their winning time was 2:25:29. The third fastest time in LA Marathon history.
And as we mentioned, if you're just joining us this morning, first of all, good morning to KTLA. This is the Los Angeles Marathon edition of the KTLA News. Now, Tony talked about this earlier in his broadcast. There is a cash bonus here for an overall winner of the chase, Tony.
Yes, the first human being across the finish line gets an extra $10,000. And so, but the question is, do you risk losing your gender race in order to try to get that extra 10 grand in the chase money? And that's a question each one of these elite fields have to figure out. Because we've seen in the past that one man has broken away from the other men and then chased down the women, but he got so animated trying to go after the women that they went too hard, and then when they got close to the women, they ran out of energy, and the woman, who was running steady state the whole way, held them off at the end. So it's a tricky game, because you can't see the competition that you're actually running against, who is way up the road.
Kirk Hawkins, next year I'm told that you're going to be in the race.
I don't know
he has weather for us.
I don't know who told you that, but I would be happy to be joining you here again.
There's a leak in the studio that you're racing next year. Start training.
Don't hold your breath, but thank you for the inspiration, and thanks to all the runners for the inspiration as well. Right now, we're looking at mostly sunny conditions. The sun is shining. We're seeing some light winds, just 47 degrees. Some radiational cooling dropped the temperatures just a little bit, but now we're starting to slowly warm up. So here's a look at what we can expect throughout central LA and even West LA. We've got some light winds. We'll see increasing cloud cover. The forecast today calls for partly to mostly cloudy skies. By the time we hit 11 o'clock, we should be in the low 60s. Again, we're looking for temperatures by the time the runners reach Century City to about 65 degrees. The winds have generally been fairly light to start out the day. Now, a quick update on closures from the traffic center. You can see there are 101 freeway ramp closures from Grand to Spring, Broadway, and Hollywood Boulevard. The 110 freeway ramp closures remain in effect Stadium Way and Temple Street. Now, if you go to KTLA.com, you can get more specific updates. We're looking at some of the road closures to end beginning at 9 a.m., but some will remain in place until 6 o'clock. Well, that is a look at your forecast. Ping, it's National Corn Dog Day, and so I hope a lot of these runners get to celebrate, of course, later this morning.
I don't think you want to be in a corn dog and running in a 26.2
not.
mile marathon. I mean, come on, Hawkins. All right, we're back after this with more live coverage of the Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS right here on KTLA this Sunday morning.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
When you were small, you were afraid of what you couldn't see. But now you know there's nothing to fear when you can see what's coming. That's why Penske created Catalyst AI, a tool that combs through billions of data points so you can compare your fleet against similar fleets to see exactly how your business is doing and how to improve. There's nothing more comforting than that.
Are you ready to connect to a perfect journey with Turkish Airlines? To feel welcomed and to feel refreshed? To discover unforgettable flavors? To reach new heights of happiness? To connect to a journey that's perfect because of you.
Let's get to it.
All right, back here. The marathon is now underway through the streets of Los Angeles. The 40th running. Wow. Look at them go. Again, if you're just tuning in, good morning. If you're like, I'm inspired by this, Dina Castor in studio with us, Olympian athlete. She says start training 6 months out, and then you're in next year. Right, Dina?
Got plenty of time to prepare. That's right. As the masses we see going through the beautiful Gateway Monument of Chinatown, it is one of the first cultural hotspots that the runners will be passing through today. Quite an inspiring course. You know, I like to say that for the big marathons in the United States, Boston is by far the oldest, the most historic. New York is the biggest in participation. Chicago is the fastest, having 2 world records there. LA, simply the best because of all that the runners pass through in the span of 26.2 miles. It is certainly the best cultural tour of Los Angeles.
They all have their charms. That's the beauty of the world of marathon running. Every one of these urban centers just does a phenomenal job of showcasing their city. But no city, New York is closest to Los Angeles in the sense that you really feel like you're on a journey. in LA, every couple of miles you're going through another country, it seems like.
We got the 3 box here. We got the wheelchair division. We got the ladies and the men.
Yeah, and so on the far left of your screen, that is San Clemente, the pre-race favorite, going for his 3rd straight win here. He's looking to do that. It is a big accomplishment, but he seemed ready in pre-race interviews that he was going to be able to pull off another win here today. He looks very comfortable in his pace right now.
And he has about a 1-20 lead on 2nd place, which is Vigera in 2nd place. And San Clemente's not dying from this point on. I can tell you that much because this guy knows the course. He's in top shape, 10th at the Olympic final, and he is just hammering this course, going for a 3-peat.
That's just amazing.
And you see that he does this rhythmic push and then a slight rest as he's coming into turns, navigating turns. He needs to slow his speed a little bit. So this is a very hard course. I said it at the top of the coverage, a hard course to navigate with all the turns and hills, but he knows this course well and he's navigating it beautifully today.
All right, let's go out to Lauren Lister now in historic Chinatown. This is mile 2. Good morning, Lauren.
Good morning. Here in Chinatown, each year the lion dancers perform as the runners come through here. A traditional dance to cheer them on. The excitement is awesome. And joining us are a few of those runners, Kevin Kai, Alice Wong, and James Valdez, who's Alice's dad. Alice just 9 years old. So first, Kevin, let's start with you. What is the East Wind Youth Foundation that puts this on each year?
Well, East Wind is a youth group that teaches traditional martial arts and such as judo and American boxing, and also teaches traditional Chinese lion dancing. It's a really big family where everyone's supporting and uplifting each other.
And tell us why you decided to be a part of it, Alice.
2 years when I went to the temple in downtown Chinatown, I was so inspired by what I saw. I wanted to join.
That's awesome. And what about you?
Well, as a kid, I've always had a passion for martial arts, right? And then I saw, like her, I saw a show of East Wind, and I decided to join because it was so inspiring.
So inspiring. And tell us about the lion dance, this traditional dance we're seeing right now.
It's a traditional Chinese dance. It brings families together and communities.
And what is it like to have your daughter take part in this?
You know, I'm really proud. There is no finer organization than East Wind Foundation for Youth. It's great to the community, and it's a lot of fun.
And how would you describe the feeling out here, being here for the LA Marathon?
The energy is awesome. It's full of it. Don't you love it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And what's it like to perform for all these runners?
It's so much fun. It's so much energy.
All right, how about we show the dance and we let that play us off? Woo! So great talking to you guys. Thanks for being out here this morning. What a great group. What a great performance. So much excitement. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Lauren, thank you very much. How about that? Pretty cool. All right, it's time for a break here, but there's so much more. 4.5 more hours of coverage for you right here on the Los Angeles Marathon, presented by ASICS. It's really 3.5. It's 11 a.m. I'm not taking us to noon, 11 a.m.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
When you were small, you were afraid of what you couldn't see. But now you know there's nothing to fear when you can see what's coming. That's why Penske created Catalyst AI, a tool that combs through billions of data points so you can compare your fleet against similar fleets to see exactly how your business is doing and how to improve. There's nothing more comforting than that.
Are you ready to connect to a perfect journey with Turkish Airlines? To feel welcomed and to feel refreshed? To discover unforgettable flavors? To reach new heights of happiness? to connect to a journey that's perfect because of you.
Let's get to it.
Students Run LA is a nonprofit organization that's been around for 36 years. We have about 3,500 students in our program this year, from 7th grade all the way to seniors. We are training them to complete the LA Marathon in March every year.
SRLA is like my family. It's a very inclusive group and very welcoming as well as competitive. And you get to meet a lot of new people. I've made a lot of new friends.
Along the way, students learn a lot about themselves, how strong they really are both mentally and physically. And that translates into the classroom.
We wanted to build a program, a life-changing program that showed them goal setting is the key to success. We saw running as a vehicle to that.
Students Run LA provides an opportunity for people to experience the best they can be without worrying about being better than someone else.
You see them grow, and when they think they cannot finish a marathon, all of a sudden, I get chills, you see them crossing that finish line.
I just love to see the confidence that it brings to these kids.
There is nothing they can't do. A marathon is what life is. It's not a sprint, it's not a jog, it's for the long haul.
I can overcome hard challenges, really getting kind of out of your comfort zone.
If I can run all this, if I can complete a marathon, then I can do anything.
We are helping our community. We are pushing our community forward. And I believe that we are going to make LA a better place.
And welcome back to the Los Angeles Marathon, presented by ASICS for family and friends with someone running in today's race. You can send your messages of support to 515151. Message and data rates do apply. As we look at the elite women racing, Savannah Berry still out in front.
It is the same 5 women that came out of Dodger Stadium that continue to set the pace here, with Savannah Berry of the United States leading the charge. On her shoulder, Antonina Kwambai of Kenya, Sheila Chebet of Kenya, Tijanesh Gabisa of Ethiopia, Mamutu Hay of Ethiopia, Rita Jelagat from Kenya. This is just how we thought it would play out, because Savannah said she wanted to play the field, but she's really running the field right now. She's really leading by example, which was not exactly what she said in the beginning. I expected her, after her pre-race interview, that she might tuck in and read the women, but she's leading them through the streets of LA. On the men's side, all the heavy hitters are there. It is, as usual, a Kenya-Ethiopia battle. Mixing it up is American Matt Rickman, who's in the white top and the turquoise singlets, number 3 on your screen.
Asifa Bekele, just to let you know, is married to Gabisa.
It's great. So they could be a fast couple
They
here.
could be a fast couple, and they have a 5-year-old daughter back home.
We got the chase. I mean, is he gonna win the chase?
We'll see.
We'll see. I mean, here they go. They are just moving along.
But all of the suspects are there. You have Moses Kurgat from Kenya, Athanas Kioko of Kenya, Asefa Bekele of Ethiopia, Boniface Kabiwat from Kenya.
Sammy Rochich is in the blue in the second row, who we talked to earlier before the race. And the man ran 31:02 through the first 10 kilometers. 31:02 is right at 5-minute per mile pace. A 5-minute per mile over 26.2 miles is 2:11:06, which is pretty much what they ran last year.
The stat man, you take a little time there doing more stats. We're going to go back out to Chinatown with Lauren Lister. Good morning again.
Good morning. Here in Chinatown, we are meeting people that have run multiple LA marathons, but there are always those for whom it is a first. Joining us is one of them, Alejandro Chapa. Thank you so much for being with us. You come to us from Houston. So what inspired you to run the LA Marathon?
Honestly, after living here and being able to come back, it's like a homecoming just to come back and run this amazing race and this amazing crowd. Like, look at the energy. It's amazing.
Oh my gosh, the energy is so great because you lived here 10 years ago and now you're back for this. So tell us about your running journey.
So honestly, it started 4 years ago in Houston, and friends and I decided to run half marathons, and from there, it became from knowing that something was possible, and then now, like, okay, 3 half marathons in, let's go for a full marathon. So last year I ran 3 full marathons in 6 months. Yeah.
And you've done some biggies. What marathons have you done?
I've done Chicago, I've done Tokyo, and I've done New York. And now LA, especially for the 40th year. Like, how amazing is that?
So amazing. What are you most excited to see along this course?
Honestly, like, I played the violin growing up, so Walt Disney Concert Hall is going to be like, with the sun reflecting off of it, is going to be spectacular.
And what would you say to folks at home? Because you talked a little bit about the inspiration you had behind starting to run.
Honestly, it's never too late to start. Believe in yourself. You can accomplish anything. Your body is so resilient. Throughout this weekend, I met mothers. I've met people who ran 165 marathons. I've met people who took a hiatus and then came back stronger than ever. So it's never too late. Find a good run club, find a good pair of shoes, and just fall in love with the journey, because it will build you, it will move you, and it's amazing.
We love it. Thank you for sharing your story with us. We'll let you go off and run the rest of this marathon. Good luck to you, Alejandro. Thank you so much. Woohoo! All right. We'll send it back to you in the studio, Ping.
All right, I love that. All right, thank you, Lauren. We're going to be back with more live coverage of the Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
When you were small, you were afraid of what you couldn't see. But now you know there's nothing to fear when you can see what's coming. That's why Penske created Catalyst AI, a tool that combs through billions of data points so you can compare your fleet against similar fleets to see exactly how your business is doing and how to improve. There's nothing more comforting than that.
Are you ready to connect to a perfect journey with Turkish Airlines? To feel welcomed and to feel refreshed? To discover unforgettable flavors? To reach new heights of happiness? To connect to a journey that's perfect because of you.
Let's get to it.
More live pictures of the Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS. Just taking down the left, going down to downtown, right off of Vince Scully Ave. You're looking at Sunset, 26,000 plus in the masses this morning getting started from Dodger Stadium all the way to Century City of 26.2 miles. Joining me in studio is Dina Castro, the Amazing Olympian athlete, 2004 medalist in the games in Athens, and the man who's called 40 of these Los Angeles marathon races, Tony Revis, the stat man, breaking it all down. We have the men elite, the women elite, we have the wheelchair division to talk about, and you know, there they are. There's our tri-box right here in KTLA on this Sunday morning.
Just to give you some updates on just the chase and how that's going. At 10 kilometers, 6.2 miles, the women went through in 36 minutes and 8 seconds. They were on 2:32:40 marathon pace. The men went through 10K in 31 flat, essentially 2:11 pace. That's a 21-minute, 30-second difference. They only have 16 minutes and 5 seconds to make up, so they're like 5 minutes ahead of the game right now. So the women, at some point, are going to have to get on it, because the men are not running outrageously fast, but the women are not attacking at all, and they have stayed in the same configuration from exactly the first mile. They're clipping off very similar, 5:47, 5:48, 5:54, 5:38. All those miles are very much right together, and we're at the part of the course now where it's pretty flat with a little downgrades, and there aren't any hills until late in the day. So they're in their rhythm right now, and those four women are right together, and that's Kwambai on the left, and Tanina. She's a two-time second-place finisher. And then 105, the debutante, Rita Jelligat. She's in the black and the yellow, and she's right in there as well. And Dina, who's that woman in fourth place?
The woman in fourth place is Tijanesh Gabisa of Ethiopia. They have dropped. They were 5 for quite a long time. They have dropped Mamitu Hay of Ethiopia. So now we're down to 4. Only 3 women get on that podium, and only 1 can win this race.
Let's go out to Megan Tellis. Now, for years, I've been stationed out at the Walt Disney Concert Hall in the heart of downtown. Now, you want to talk about somebody with energy. Watch her go. She can barely hear me because I know how loud it is. You got the drummers. Here's Miss Energy right here. Megan Tellis, go.
Okay, hi, Pig. Good morning, everyone. The energy is electric. I can feel it in my bones. Take a look behind me before I show you the Koshin Taiko drummers here. This is at the corner of 1st and Grand Street. And look at the runners. The phones are out. They want the opportunity to see the iconic drummers that are here each and every year. You see one man here. Look at him. Firefighter here. And they are running. I'm going to come over to Brett because Brett, you get off the drums now. How are you? Hey. This is exciting. You're literally helping the people move up the hill here at 1st and Grand.
Oh my God.
And you can see it in their face. They're feeling the drums in their heart, and that's the whole point of Koshin Taiko drums, right?
Yeah, in fact, our name means bright spirit, and we try and let some of that to the people running here, urge them up the hill, and it's a tough spot, and we're glad to help.
Yeah, take a look around. This is a practice out of Japan. Drumming like this in a large group with a performative aspect hasn't been around that long. Tell me about the history.
Yeah, no, so the drums themselves are ancient, but performing like this in a group only started back in the 50s and 60s, so it's really relatively new.
And you guys perform all around Los Angeles?
Yeah, we sure do. In fact, next month on the 12th, we perform at Monterey Park Cherry Blossom Festival. On the 26th, we'll be in Chinatown, so we go all over the place.
All over the place. I want to see you get back here. Is there a certain thing that you do that's so special about this type of drumming? Do you hit harder on a day like this?
Oh yeah, you dig deep and you hit hard. Because we were out here for about 2.5 hours. We play straight, piece after piece after piece. It's a lot of fun. So there's some shared energy between us and the runners.
I want to see your energy. Go. Let's watch Brett for a couple seconds here. Ping and the crew. I'm going to send it back to you. But how neat is this? People are waving. People are having a good time. It's only mile marker 4 at this point. We'll wait and see what the rest of the race brings. But I'll send it back to you in studio.
Wow, and I know how loud it is there. I've been there many years doing that out on the hill.
Just a little bit.
And we're going to take a break as the 40th Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS. ASICS does continue through the streets of Los Angeles for 26.2 miles.
As the new year unfolds, Each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
When you were small, you were afraid of what you couldn't see. But now you know there's nothing to fear when you can see what's coming. That's why Penske created Catalyst AI, a tool that combs through billions of data points so you can compare your fleet against similar fleets to see exactly how your business is doing and how to improve. There's nothing more comforting than that.
Let's get to it.
Excuse me, play you for those ultras?
Well, we're kind of high level.
Fascinating. Play you for those ultras? Ultras? They got ultras. I smell ultra. That was fun.
California Rehabilitation Institute is a 138-bed freestanding inpatient rehab hospital.
The CalRehab Foundation is a nonprofit organization that's dedicated to supporting the recovery needs of the rehabilitation community, and that includes those whose lives that have been impacted by life-changing injuries or illnesses.
We bring them over after their initial hospitalization and help them regain their normalcy and be able to reintegrate back into the community, back to home.
We are so excited about the partnership between CalRehab Institute, CalRehab Foundation, and the McCourt Foundation. We all share a similar goal of organizing an inspirational world-class experience at the LA Marathon for athletes with disabilities and the Pro Wheelchair Division.
My name is Jose Nunez. I was a patient at California Rehab Institute.
He had an injury to his spinal cord, and after he got stabilized at the hospital, he came to our facility, and what we did was allowed him the opportunity, the ability to take care of himself, be able to mobilize from a wheelchair level, and he's done a phenomenal job at doing so.
I think it's really important because it gives us as athletes an opportunity to continue to work out and exercise and compete.
It really is about inclusivity. It's not leaving anyone behind.
More people see that there's this opportunity to participate, they'll want to, because I feel like there's a lot of people. It's not just unique to me, there's a lot of people in my
6 or 7
situation.
seconds. Hey, good morning to you as we continue live Los Angeles Marathon coverage presented by ASICS. I'm David Pingelor in the studio with Dina Castor and Tony Revis as we look at the wheelchair division and our tri-box. The ladies there in the middle and Savannah still out in front. Savannah Berry and Matt Rickman from Bozeman, Montana is leading the men's division.
How exciting that two Americans looking to shake up that classic battle between Kenya and Ethiopia in a win here today. Matt Rickman and Savannah Berry looking so comfortable leading this stellar class of athletes.
Matt's out of a suburb of Chicago, Elburn, Illinois, but he went to Montana State because his sister went there. His sister Becca is now the assistant track coach at Purdue. So he's got running throughout his family, although he says mom and dad didn't run at all. But Matt was All-American at Montana State and went through an entire collegiate program last year from indoors to outdoors. And after that whole long season, made his debut marathon in Twin Cities in October and ran 2:10:47 and took 4th place. And that was after that long collegiate season. So that really lets you think, Dina, that there's a lot more left in that guy's tank. He just finished 6th 2 weeks ago at the U.S. Half Marathon Championships in Atlanta in 1:01. So This guy's got some talent, and looking at his stride, first, very strong-legged guy, but look how efficient he is.
Right, efficient and comfortable. To Matt Rickman's right, or to the right of the screen, is Sammy Rotich of Kenya, also a pre-race favorite. But I'm really excited at the tenacity of the Americans being able to lead these fields in what is a great day of Los Angeles.
Now, I just caught him kind of looking to the right a couple different times. What is he doing there?
Yeah, you know, there's so much assessing going on. As a runner out there, all 26,000 of them, there's so much to think about in the span of a marathon. They're thinking about pacing. They're thinking about fluids. The professional athletes themselves have 7 personal fluid stations along the course at miles 5, 9, 12, 15, 18, 20, and 24. They can bring their personal fluids, that critical energy they're going to need to get to that finish line. On average, everyone out there can absorb about 4 ounces of carbohydrate drink every 20 minutes, so it's very well timed with their body's needs. But they're thinking about tangents with all the turns here in Los Angeles, making sure you're running the tangent. 26.2 miles. If you're not running the tangents, it could get up to 27 miles. Nobody wants to do that at the end of the day. So efficiently taking those tangents, and a lot of self-assessing and assessing those around you to figure out when you should be making your move.
Lauren Lister will join us again right now. Another good morning to you, Lauren.
Yes, hello, good morning. So there are plenty of adults that run this marathon, but there are also children, middle schoolers, high schoolers, many of them wearing these bright yellow-green shirts. They're with the organization Students Run LA. First, we're joined by the president and CEO, Gabby Averas. First, tell us what inspired you to run the marathon yourself this year with Students Run LA.
Well, you know, I started with the organization last year, and last year the students were already asking me, Miss, when are you running the marathon? I didn't have my running legs last year, but this year I had no excuses, and so, you know, I decided to go for it. I ran the 18-miler with Jaylene here, and we're running again together today, so we're going to finish.
And tell us about Students Run LA. This organization has been around for almost 40 years, almost as long as the LA Marathon itself. What makes it so special? What is it?
You know, it's the transformational experience that students receive. You know, the goal is to run one, you know, put one foot in front of the other, finish a marathon. You know, first it's a 5K, 10K, 15K, slowly but surely they get to 26.2. 99% of our students that start the marathon finish it. 99% go on to graduate from high school, and over 95% go on to college.
It's so incredible, and I understand you lost some numbers during the pandemic, but now you're back to pre-pandemic levels, including for girls like you. Tell us about this. So is this, both of you girls, so is this your first LA Marathon?
No.
You've run before? Oh my gosh, so what is it that you like about running the marathon?
My coach, she's so inspiring, and I love running with her.
And what about for you? What is it that you like about running marathons? And is this your first?
She had an injury last year, so she couldn't finish, but this is going to be the first one she finishes, yes.
Oh my gosh, what are you looking forward to most about finishing this race?
Being with my dad.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. Have a good race today. All right, Students Run LA. Thank you so much. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Lauren, thank you very much. Another break. We're going to continue, though, following the coverage of our 40th running of the Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
And now, everybody who's fueled by your local Circle K. There's flower shop owners, neighborhood bakers, awesome food truck sandwich makers, gearheads, mighty motorheads, farmers and their farmsteads, life-saving physicians and head-banging musicians, that guy who helps you change your spare, and rock star nurses. The people we rely on every day are fueled by Circle K every single day. Fueled by Circle K.
Kia has 10 hybrid, electric, and plug-in hybrid utility vehicles to choose from. So whether you're looking for a fuel-efficient hybrid an all-electric vehicle, or a plug-in hybrid that uses electric for every day and fuel for far away. The question isn't which vehicle to get, it's which Kia to get.
Hello. Welcome back.
10 electrified utility vehicles to choose from. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Good morning to you again. You're watching KTLA's live coverage of the 40th running of the Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS as we look at the wheelchair division. Getting ready to finish.
San
Wow.
Clemente
Yes.
riding that tangent, getting his next turn underway.
Now let's go to Julie Benson at the finish line, now where the pro wheelchair division is about to finish. Good morning again, Julie.
Dina, you're right. Clemente is just incredible on these tangents. He looks really, really good. He should be approaching soon. We can't quite see him yet, but he should be approaching soon. And, you know, I know that Chris and Megan had all this fantastic energy at the start, but you should see the momentum we have here. We've got a DJ, the crowds are building, and again, as we see Clemente turning, making his way towards us, the crowds are getting more and more excited, and we'll let you know when he gets closer.
And Tony, you have all the times here. He's moving along at a quick pace.
Right, he's 4 minutes in front of second place. So, I mean, he took the lead between 10 and 15K, which is where he did it last year as well. So he started off, again, under control and then pushed where he was best served. And he's on pace to win this thing by a lot. And we've got Miguel Vergara from Chula Vista, California. Now, he's only 17 years of age, so that's quite a competition for this young man as well. He competed at the National Junior Disability Championship, where he won 18 gold medals and 1 silver medal over his career, and represented the U.S. at the World Junior Games in the Netherlands again, where he won a gold medal and 4 silvers. So he's someone who's on the come. But right now, we got one of the top 10, the 4th-rated wheelchair racer in the world on this course right now, winning his 3rd title.
And what you see in the wheelchair division, the professional wheelchair division lately, is so many of these pro athletes, the top pro athletes, trying to make these chairs more affordable for that younger generation. When you look at these racing chairs, they are upwards to $20,000, $30,000 chairs that they are racing on. More expensive than my car, I might add. So when you see that, it really is an exclusive group of people that are able to do this sport, trying to get sponsorships and lowering the prices, having programs that get these chairs into the hands of younger generations so that they too can have the privileges of traveling the world and running these races.
Wheelchair racing began at the Boston Marathon in 1975. A guy named Bob Hall, who asked the race director, "Can you let me in the race?" He said, "I'll let you in the race, and if you break 3 hours, I'll give you a finisher's certificate, and we'll make an official wheelchair division." He ran 2:58, but he did it in a 40-pound Everson Jennings hospital chair. These chairs are less than 20 pounds. They're carbon fiber. I mean, they're just as whittled down as the racing shoes on the foot racers are. And like Dina said, they're the guys who are really the top in the world have very expensive chairs. And the problem is there's not a big enough market to manufacture enough chairs to make enough money. So it's hard to really go out and get a design to people to make those kind of chairs because it's a very narrow market.
That is incredible how this endurance, the strength to do that at a high level.
Yes, but at the same time, it's not a marathon to the wheelchair athletes as it is for the foot racers because it doesn't have the pounding of the foot strike of the foot racers. These guys could go back and run a marathon in another week, another 2 weeks. In fact, the Boston Marathon and the London Marathon come 1 week apart. A lot of the people in the Boston Marathon just go right to the London Marathon.
San Clemente is passing the 24-mile mark right now, so 2.6 miles, 2.2 miles to go for him.
And he'll be going to the Boston Marathon in another month's time. Wakako Chuchita, who's leading the women's race, will go to the London Marathon. But you often find athletes who they can literally, they don't like doing it, but in the big marathon, Chicago and New York, a week apart in the fall, they'll go to both of them. Runners can't do that. But because these guys are just stroking with their arms, they're not pounding in the same way, they can recover faster. So this is more like a 15-mile race from a body recovery standpoint. And it's once you get over 20 miles that it's hard to recover from a foot racing standpoint.
It seems like you could take a pounding of your body based on, it's not like there's smooth roads we're talking about. Like there's a lot of bumps he's got to
a lot of uneven surfaces on the LA streets, but also the force of their hands. You notice that the gloves he's wearing are also in the thousands of dollars, that pair of gloves, and they go through a pair of gloves faster than a runner would go through a pair of shoes. So this is an expensive sport, so much force going into it. You could tell by his developed shoulders and arms. Look at that rhythm he gets into when he's in the push position.
What speed is he going at right now, would you say?
Oh, he's running something like in 3 minutes and 30 seconds a mile.
He's motoring.
He's going 15 to 20 miles an hour. About 20 miles an hour. And the thing was, we call it a push rim, but they're not pushing anything. You can hear the sound. They punch those rims. They're not pushing them. Those gloves and those mitts that they're wearing are hard rubber, and they punch it, and they punch that thing to generate that speed. So there's enormous force on the shoulders, and that's when they get injuries. There's shoulders get sore.
And now he's close to the finish line. I mean, at this point, your heart is racing. I just want to get there. I want to finish and finish strong. You got to finish strong.
He doesn't have many turns to go, which is probably a relief to him because negotiating this course is so challenging. I think he's got a right-hand turn coming up to make his way into Century City and the finish line celebrations there. But having that LA skyline luring him in the distance, you use anything as motivation at this point in the race, from the cowbells and the cheers on the sidelines to counting down the mile markers to using the skyscrapers in the distance. 1 mile to go, you see on your screen. That has to be a relief for him if he knows that there is nobody behind him.
Yeah, I'm looking beyond. Those times up in the upper left quadrant are for the foot racers, not him. 1:37 was his winning time last year. 1:37.13. Now 1:23, I believe, is the course record. That was going back many, many years. Kurt Fernley ran that, but that was on a different course.
Turning in a wheelchair like this is not easy. In a course like this, there's a lot of turns.
Right, but also you can't see it, but on the crossbar leading to the front wheel, there's a little handle-like thing, but that's a compensator, they call it, and they hit that to help turn that front wheel when they need to go left or right.
And so many mechanical manipulations that the wheelchair racers have to do. He has not had benefit of drafting this entire race. He has been working every push through the streets of Los Angeles, but everything like torso position and chair fitting and the chair sophistication, the gloves, all of these things are the incremental advantages that these athletes have to think about and manipulate so that it is very custom to their fitting. And he certainly seems like he found his stride in this chair, in the positioning of his racing, and he has been so consistent the entire way.
He does not even look winded.
He does not, but isn't it funny that they get to the finish line? We could say this on behalf of the 26,000 runners, that they look so good until they cross that finish line, and then they kind of buckle and sway and bend over in exhaustion. I think it's just really a beautifully timed, beautifully calculated race, and so many of the runners just get every ounce of energy out of themselves, and when they cross that finish line, they have a well-deserved rest in front of them.
And there is definitely a little incline here moving towards the finish line.
You can see the last 4 miles, there is not a lot of coasting for him. He really has to work when he is at his most fatigued. 4-mile slight incline back up into Century City is no joke for any of these athletes, but maybe he's able to look over to the other side of the road, the other side of San Vicente, and get a little feedback on what a great lead he has.
4 minutes. That's a lot of distance. I don't think he's worried about second place at all. You can see a little compensated, a little black, little curly thing up on top. That's what helps him turn.
Oh, so he'll put his hand on.
If he needs to turn, you turn it one way or another, and it helps bend that front. Plus, a lot of it's got to do with body weight, and also you can see that the wheels, how they're tilted in.
Yep.
That's for.
So if there's a few participants around him, there's a drafting effect, right?
It's like cycling. It's like cycling.
Yeah.
It's a 40% essentially drafting advantage, whereas foot racing it's like 5 to 7%. In wheelchair racing, the third guy in a pace line or fourth guy is doing 1/3 the number of strokes as the guy in front. 1/3. So that's why everyone says you got to do your fair share. And here's that hill. We've seen this be the difference maker in the past on this course in the foot race.
Yeah, so if watching now, obviously in the next hour or so, we're going to see the runners come up through here at this finish line. There's a little bit of a grade going up as San Clemente is trying to become, well, he is a multiple winner, a 3-time winner of this.
And how Tony likes this chase to unfold between the open men and women's division is that this is where the race is made, where San Clemente is right now. It's looking at the way the race is going and the pacing that we will see the men passing the women much sooner.
Listen, on the 12th, just to let you know, on the 12th mile, the difference between the men's time, the 13th mile, was exactly 1 minute different. They ran 5:02. The women ran 6:02, and of course it should be a 37-second difference. So the women, they made up 23 seconds in that 1 mile.
Here, San Clemente, we're going to come back to the finish line stretch because it looks like San Clemente is going to be successful in his 3rd straight Los Angeles Marathon victory. The music, the crowds await him in Century City, and what a relief to have this three-peat under his belt.
A three-peat winner, Francisco San Clemente. Look at that.
Ready to break the tape.
There he goes.
Yep. We'll get the time as soon as we can find it.
Wow, he's like, okay, it's like.
Now he just entered kind of the Legends Hall here with his only the fourth man to ever win more than 3 here in LA.
What a run.
He joined.
I mean, what a run.
Saul Mendoza from Mexico, Krieger Chabort from the United States, and Jim Canard from Long Beach. And now Francisco San Clemente.
And we're back with the men and the ladies.
7 men, 4 women. And the men are going to catch them real fast because I even got the halfway split, but the women went through 13 miles in 1:15:18, so you add another 30 seconds of that. They're running 2:32 marathon pace.
More coverage of the Los Angeles Marathon after this, presented, of course, by ASICS.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
Let's get to it.
Playing for an ultra?
We're playing for ultras. Racy for an ultra?
Put an ultra on it. Don't forget, there's ultras on the line. I didn't. How you like me now? How you like me now?
Superior Light Beer.
There have been 4 stations which have covered the Los Angeles Marathon in its first 39 years. And each one of them, but especially at KTLA, is one of the most meaningful days of the year because everyone gets out of their comfort zone and they're brought into this new arena where they know so many people are counting on them to produce a great show, and every year they've done a great job.
The anticipation of race day is the same in studio as it is on the starting line of this race. There's so much work involved in putting a production together.
The production itself is a marathon. You know, it's 5 hours live, and live television is like a team sport.
Being in the studio on marathon day is really great. I enjoy the atmosphere and the feeling of being part of a well-oiled machine.
Everybody knows their job and does the work, and it's really kind of cool the way it all just comes together.
You might have something that doesn't always go exactly the way it's planned, but you just move forward and you get to the next thing, and then afterwards we sit around, talk about it, and figure out how we can do it better next year.
It's a lot to juggle, but we have a great team, so we can get everything covered.
Overall, like, it's really good energy. Everybody that's working in here is great. Everybody's happy.
I would say it's electric. I mean, everybody's so excited to see everybody competing and the city coming out, and everybody's just wanting to do a great job and represent the marathon to the best of their ability.
When the race is over, I don't feel as tired as the actual marathon runners, but I feel a sense of relief, and I feel proud of my work today.
You've put so many months of preparation into it, and now, wait a minute, it's over? What happened?
But you also know that you put in the good effort, and everyone did terrific.
Being here, part of this team, collaborating here with great people, it's a one-of-a-kind experience, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity.
Okay, welcome back to the 40th Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS as you see Francisco San Clemente finishing in a time of 1:38.10 just moments ago in the wheelchair division.
Ping, how interesting is this? 2 years ago, 1:38.08. Last year, 1:37.14. Today, 1:38.10. This guy's got this course locked.
Totally does.
I mean, just put autopilot.
You know what else is locked? The Americans leading in the women's and the men's division of the LA Marathon. This is so exciting, both looking very comfortable. It looked before we went to break that Antonina Kwambai of Kenya was taking over the lead, but Savannah Berry had an answer to it. Let's pick up the pace. I can do that, and she is back in the lead with Antonina Kwambai on her shoulder.
And Rickman is over there on the right from Montana State.
Okay, I just messaged her coach, Isaac Wood.
Yep.
And I said, Isaac, how's she looking to you? Looks pretty solid for me. He says, looks good. Don't want her to lead, but the pace is so slow, she can roll like this all day long. She looks great.
Look at Tony go, texting the coach.
That is great. Multitasking as he does.
Stat man.
On the right side of your screen, Matt Rickman of the United States getting some extra fluids. The sun is out, so it probably is heating up out there. Getting in all those fluids is critical for the later stages in the race. And we'll be excited to see when those men, because they are not far behind the women now. Before we cut to break, the lead vehicle, we saw flashing a sign in front of the women saying you only have 2 minutes and 41 seconds on those men. They are coming for you. So very exciting to get the hype of the chase, those iconic views of the Southern California palm trees in the background. They're running through the best parts of this city has to offer. Tripping over a water bottle, Matt Rickman there, but he finds his stride again.
All right, let's go back to downtown. Megan, tell us another good morning to you. Mile marker 4-5. I remember being there for several years. I know you can barely hear me, but go ahead.
Yeah, you know, we have a lot going on, Ping, and I know you miss being down here. Sir, what's your name? Where are you from?
Commerce.
Commerce, and you decided to run here today?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not?
My 10th time.
No way. Are you going for a certain time?
No.
It's just to be out here. Why?
I'm hanging out with my friends. Look at them, the Renegades.
Who are you with? The
Renegades.
Oh, I love that. And did you just got some water, some fuel?
Got to keep hydrated.
With you? You can take a picture. We're live, baby. What's your name? Where are you from?
Anna. I'm from Simi Valley.
Yeah, Simi Valley. You ready to do this? Saturday and Sunday. Okay, let's shake hands. Okay, quick picture. Okay. Wait, stay right here. I'm gonna go talk to this family really quick. Here we go. Hey! Okay. Oh, and it has a timer ping. Tag me on social. I gotta come over here. Maureen's fan club. Woo, we are live. I know you're straight out of Jersey, but you decided to come here to support who?
Maureen McGarry.
Who is your
daughter?
Who's your daughter? Yes, Mama got to come all the way across the country. Yep. Is this her first marathon?
Yes.
And we just saw her cross the line. You're her roommate. She's getting her master's degree. What was the feeling? Because you all been tracking her on your phone, and to see her in the neon.
Oh, it's so exciting. Yeah. So exciting. Start screaming and yelling for her. Yeah, and she was happy, which was good.
A bit emotional for a parent, mom to mom here. Why? What is it about this moment that makes you want to?
She's been training so hard, and she's so nervous about it, and she just looked so happy, and she was just exciting.
Yeah. See your kids succeed, huh? Yeah. Oh my gosh, you'll have a great time here in downtown LA. Ping. Look at all of these folks here. Students run LA. I couldn't be more proud of the students here. Look at all of the thousands of kids who are coming up here, going up First and Grand. This is the 4-mile marker. We love you guys. Okay, back to you. Back to you.
Look at her go. All right, Kirk Hawkins in the studio. How's the weather looking?
I actually went to
track outfit.
I actually went to college with the guy that was jumping up and down there. What a small world. Anyway, we're actually seeing really good conditions, as we've been talking about off camera here. Mostly sunny skies. West Hollywood, we're talking 52 degrees, some very light winds, and we're looking for temperatures gradually to increase into the lower 60s as well. Increasing cloud cover as possible. We'll see a mix of partly cloudy to mostly cloudy skies as we get closer to Century City. So shout out to my nephew Dax, nieces Scotty and Reese, and Mama Hawk. They're all watching in Santa Monica. And the weather is great for spectators out there as well. Back to you guys.
All right, Kirk, go run off the studio there. All right, it's time for another break. We're going to be back with more live coverage of the Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose, because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
And now, everybody who's fueled by your local Circle K. There's flower shop owners, neighborhood bakers, awesome food truck sandwich makers, gearheads, mighty motorheads, farmers and their farmsteads, life-saving physicians and head-banging musicians, that guy who helps you change your spare, and rock star nurses. The people we rely on every day are fueled by Circle K every single day. Fueled by Circle K.
Kia has 10 hybrid, electric, and plug-in hybrid utility vehicles to choose from. So whether you're looking for a fuel-efficient hybrid, an all-electric vehicle, or a plug-in hybrid that uses electric for every day and fuel for far away, the question isn't which vehicle to get, it's which Kia to get.
Hello. Welcome back.
10 electrified utility vehicles to choose from. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Welcome back. You're watching KTLA's live coverage of the 40th Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS. In the studios, Dina Castor, Tony Revis. I'm David Pingelor, and Matt Rickman has pulled away here during our commercial break. Dina.
Absolutely. 16th mile, 4:39, that breakaway mile. Atanos Kyoko, the debutant from Kenya, in second place. But you can take a look at Kyoko's arm carriage, Dina. He's working hard and kind of falling apart a little bit, trying to catch up with Matt Rickman, who looks spectacular.
This is such a decisive move. At this point in the race, you sometimes see athletes going to the front and stringing them along to see who's going to answer their call. But Matt Rickman says, not a chance. This is my time. And it is so exciting to see that move being made. We're replaying it right here on the screen. He's taking advantage of the turns to really grind a short look over his shoulder to see if anybody is going with him. They did not answer the call, and to be honest, they look uncomfortable with this move.
Hey.
Going back to a live shot now.
And he's trying to become the first American since Paul Pilkington in 1994 to win the LA Marathon.
Absolutely, and he looks great. Now, the thing is, 16 miles is a very early in the marathon, a major marathon, to take a decisive lead. But you have moments. There's a lot of unspoken communication within a lead pack, and you sense the weakness or strength of your opponents. And the moment reveals itself. And I talked to Frank Shorter, the 1972 Olympic gold medalist who kick-started the running boom back in the 70s. And Frank took the lead at like 9 miles at the Olympic Marathon in Munich. And I said, how did you know, why did you go then? He says, because it told me. The race situation revealed itself. And I'm sure, Dina, that's what happened with Matt. He sensed his own strength, the weakness of the others, and he said, the moment is now, I'm going.
Absolutely, and that's what it's all about, that self-assessing and assessing the crowd. He's no longer looking over his shoulder to see if it would be Sammy Rotich answering this move. I think he looks really comfortable and maybe not leaving it down to a kick. A lot of the men behind him have really good foot speed coming from track backgrounds. He probably would like to string this out and have it be an honest race in these stages and not leave it down to a finishing kick.
Well, the men are on 2:09 flat marathon pace. I believe one of the fastest, maybe third or fourth fastest time in LA marathon history. This is the kind of day we anticipated somebody could run fast. Matt is running fast. The women are running very slowly because they haven't even started the race yet, to be honest. And now the question is, can Matt maintain this? Kyoko, on the screen, by the way, the gap on screen it looks shorter than it actually is because that's just a two-dimension screen you're looking at. So the lead is larger than it seems, but this is not over by any stretch of the imagination, but it is striking.
17-mile mark, and that's Ifanis Kyoko in the background, but it doesn't look like they have gained on him. It looks like Matt Rickman is certainly on his way to that finish line without taking anyone with him.
And if you're a runner, and we're talking about time, you probably like keeping track of your distance and time. Koros is the official GPS watch of the Los Angeles Marathon and the sponsor of our in-studio clock today. Dina and Tony.
Sorry.
I mean, wait a minute, the stat man.
Numbers.
Tony Revis,
Using my Koros watch, by the way, to do it.
He's got his sleeping pattern on that. You get your data for running. You can measure all kinds of training, what your times are and your heart rate and the whole thing. Right?
I used to measure time in the sun moving across the sky, but now these watches give us so much information right here on our wrist, from our sleep patterns to our heart rates to distance and time. It is really spectacular to have all those parameters to work off of. You can't really pay attention to every single bit of feedback that your watch is giving you, but it certainly does give you some parameters and benchmarks to better yourself when you're out there.
So what you see, you don't see us, all the time in the studio while the race is going on, but look at the notes. This guy.
Numbers everywhere.
No, this is all just in my head. Don't
this
be,
guy's
don't be
like
confused.
boom.
Don't be confused.
Samantha Cortese is on course in Hollywood in front of one of the most city's iconic landmarks. Good morning, Sam. Look at her go. She's ready too.
Good morning, Big. It's so exciting out here. Of course, Los Angeles is at its best after the rain, and as people are turning the corner onto the iconic Hollywood Boulevard, their eyes light up. They're looking up at those palm trees, the sun coming in on these historic buildings here at Hollywood. We're in between mile marker 11 and 12, so 15 miles to go-ish, and these guys are not losing energy. energy is exciting between the runners, the people supporting them, and especially the people who manage all these iconic buildings. I'm here with Jerry Digney from TCL Chinese Theater. Jerry, you've done marathon work for so many years. How's it feel to be out here on race day?
It's like old home week, because I started 40 years ago with A6 Tiger in Boston, and here we are again.
A lot has changed, right?
Yeah. There's a lot more interest in this sport than there was back then. It's a lot more inclusive, and it's great to see all the different participants. It's a wonderful community thing.
And how beautiful to run past this iconic building. You said coming up on 100 years at TCL Chinese.
100th birthday. That'll be a big deal, almost as big as the marathon.
Jerry, this is such an iconic spot in Los Angeles. What's coming up at TCL? What can people look forward to if they're not out here on race day?
Well, we've got this great documentary on John Lennon and Yoko Ono opening called 1 to 1. Their son Sean put it all together, and it's going to be opening in IMAX. It's one of the rare times they were together in a concert, that's been filmed and never seen. So we're really looking forward to that. If you're a Beatles fan, you got to see this in IMAX. And then Jaws jumping out of that screen in IMAX coming up this year as well.
Amazing. So many anniversaries, 50th of Jaws, 100th of TCL, 40th of the LA Marathon. We're at this iconic spot throughout the morning, and I'll send it back to you in studio, Ping. We'll check back in about 5 minutes.
All right, Sam. Okay, moments ago, just happened, the chase. There's Matt Rickman. Tony, he's going to go right past.
We're in the 18th mile, and he goes whipping by the women who have not yet begun to race. And Matt has opened up a big gap in the men's competition. He is now on 2:08:25 marathon pace as he heads towards 30 kilometers, 18.6 miles, which, if he can maintain it, would be the second fastest time in LA Marathon history.
American Matt Rickman on a mission before we cut to break.
How about that? And there he is live, just running along. We're going to have more live coverage, of course, of the finish of the Los Angeles Marathon presented by A6 right here on this Sunday morning on KTLA. We are with you till 11 a.m.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
Let's get to it.
Playing for an ultra?
We're playing for ultras. Brace you for an ultra?
Put an ultra on it. Don't forget, there's ultras on the line. I didn't.
Michelob Ultra, superior light beer.
The Skid Row Running Club is a program designed to provide a supportive community for people in recovery. People who, many of them have been incarcerated for a significant period of time, have been homeless, but I have learned that people in recovery are some of the most genuine, honest, straightforward folks you will ever want to meet. And that is what keeps me coming back 3 times a week at 5:30 in the morning.
it's a very special group of people. You know, we're all there for one another, helping each other.
It's not just about the running, it's about overcoming and becoming the best person that we possibly can be.
I mean, the transformation is from physical, mentally, emotionally. I've watched people like grow.
I can't believe how free I feel, how grateful I feel and thankful I feel, and I truly believe that the community of the Skid Row Running Club and the community of LA has completely changed the trajectory of my recovery.
To overcome those obstacles in life is only possible when you have a lot of people supporting you, encouraging you, picking you up when you fall down. The day after tomorrow, or tomorrow, you're going to be with people who want you to succeed, who want you to remain clean and sober. And that's a very powerful influence in making that reality actually happen.
And welcome back on this Sunday morning. You're watching KTLA's live coverage of the 40th Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS. And we're looking at Matt Rickman, trying to become the first American since 1994 to win the Los Angeles Marathon.
And looking so good. At mile 19, you could think two ways, right? Like, oh my gosh, I have more than 10K to go, or oh, I only have 10K to go.
Now, I talked to him earlier in the week before he ever got to LA, and I asked him, what'd you learn in Twin Cities, your debut marathon where he ran 4th at 2:10:47? He said, toward the end, I was feeling pretty good. His last 15 kilometers, he picked the pace up every 5K. He finished very strong in Twin Cities. And he said, toward the end, I really felt good. So maybe I'll put more effort into the middle in Los Angeles and not worry about the end as much. That could be potentially dangerous or very brave.
A split screen so you can see the undulations that LA has to offer in the women's race. It is right there on display. I've had a chance during the break to text Matt's agent, Josh Cox, who said 2 weeks ago when Matt was running the U.S. Half Marathon Championships, he placed 6th there in a very reputable time. He said, are you okay running this race 2 weeks before the LA Marathon? And he said, oh, that's fine. I'm just going to back off a little. He is so understated, calm, cool, and collected, but he is definitely a gamer. He is showing that in great style here on the streets this morning.
He was just off the lead pack all day in Atlanta. In other words, he ran 101 in the 6th place, but he wasn't part of the lead group. They were not training for a marathon. He is. So he had a little heavy in his legs. But the bottom line was he was chasing hard the whole way. So he has a lot of confidence in his strength and his ability to persevere when there's something to get ahead of him. And so to me, he still looks really, really good, really solid. His goal was to be on the podium, and I'm shooting more for place than time, but I think I've got a shot at winning it. That's his quote.
Wow. KTLA's Wendy Birch. You want energy? Wendy will bring the energy live right now from West Hollywood at mile marker 15.
We have channeled, hi you guys, we have channeled the Wild West Hollywood, Chappelle Roan. We are having, that's right, a Pink Pony Club right here on mile 15, LA's very own mile, right through the heart of West Hollywood. It's going to be a party all morning long as the runners begin to come, especially when we get that big wave of runners. We're going to be, having a Pink Pony Club party. Hi, how are you? This is the mayor of West Hollywood. It is so great to see you. What is it like to see the runners come through? I have to say, the most spirited, the most colorful, the biggest party part of Los Angeles. What is it like to see these runners come through?
I mean, it's so exciting. I know people work and train so hard to get to this moment, and so to celebrate them, to be out here at mile 15 in our very own Pink Pony Club here in West Hollywood, it's just such a great morning. We're having so much fun.
I love, the song has been so popular, but I also love that it's really kind of, people are leaning into this Wild West Hollywood.
Course,
I mean, I kind of love that. I mean, country's never been bigger. Chappelle just dropped another country song. I think people are really going to get involved, and I think think our cowbells really are the right thing for the right moment.
Yeah, it's a yeehaw moment down here in West Hollywood. We're truly having a great time, and you all are making it so fun for the runners, the high fives, the rodeo. It's great. It's a lot of fun.
We are definitely going to have the high five line going down the entire time. And by the way, I have to say, we're so excited to be here for the 40th running of the Los Angeles Marathon, but we're also going to be very excited to be back in the first weekend of July because what should we say? Pride starts here. That's right. We're going to have a great time. All right. I'm going to gallop right over to my team. I'm galloping. Right now, I feel the Stallions are running. The Stallions are running down. Let's give it up for Wild West Hollywood. I'm Wendy Birch. I'll send it back to you.
She's got a lot of energy. Wow. All right. We're going to be back after this, and we show you a little bit more of Matt Rickman. He has a 57-second lead as he's making his way here in the final moments stretch of the Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS on this Sunday morning on KTLA.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
Kia has 10 hybrid, electric, and plug-in hybrid utility vehicles to choose from. So whether you're looking for a fuel-efficient hybrid, an all-electric vehicle, or a plug-in hybrid that uses electric for every day and fuel for far away, the question isn't which vehicle to get, it's which Kia to get.
Hello. Welcome back.
10 electrified utility vehicles to choose from. Kia, movement that inspires.
When you were small, you were afraid of what you couldn't see. But now you know there's nothing to fear when you can see what's coming. That's why Penske created Catalyst AI, a tool that combs through billions of data points so you can compare your fleet against similar fleets to see exactly how your business is doing and how to improve. There's nothing more comforting than that.
All right, welcome back to this coverage of KTLA's Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS and the wheelchair winner for the women, Tony.
It looks like Wakako Tsuchida to me because I know that Hannah Babaloa was in a blue top and a black hat, and I didn't get the colors of Wakako, but Wakako is one of the greatest female. She's 50 years old, and she's still at the top of her game. She finished 6th in Tokyo just like a month and a half ago in 1 hour and 40 minutes. So she's by far the best athlete, and I assume that was her winning the race, even though we didn't get the time quite yet.
And on your screen now is Matt Rickman of the United States. He's in mile 21, looking a little uncomfortable after having almost a minute lead on second place, Athanas Kioko of Kenya.
And Gonzalo Ayana. Those guys are running together. No, not it's Sammy Rotich and Ayana, who are now in second place, 57 seconds back. Look at that 20th mile.
Trying to reel Matt back.
422, off of 424. That is so fast.
That might be explaining a little bit of a bad patch right now, but maybe it could just be the hilly nature of the course.
Let's put it like this. People always say the first half of a marathon is all your training until the 20-mile mark. The second half of the marathon is the last 6. He's now just entered the second half of the marathon, and he's now beginning to show some signs of corruption.
As he tries to become the first American to win the LA Marathon since 1994, Paul Pilkington.
Yes,
And
in the women's race
Gabisa.
here on the right, you see Tijanesh Gabisa of Ethiopia has taken the lead over Savannah Berry, who has been leading the entire race until mile 20 that they are in right now. It's been Savannah of the United States that is leading, and now it is Gabisa of Ethiopia taking that lead. Just taking the lead, not necessarily making a move.
Look at that. They've been running nothing but 5:45, 5:50, 5:45, 5:50. That mile, 5:13. That's why things change.
Certainly tightening the screws on the women's race as we speak.
Ping, that's what they call it. You turn the screw and you increase the pressure. You keep turning the screw until they start dropping off.
And they've been going back and forth since pretty much the beginning.
Well, Savannah's led the whole darn thing.
But like it's just been kind of like she gets out front, like
she's been in front the
like,
whole darn way.
And they grab the water.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then that's another sign. You're looking for people who grabs their water easily and who stumbles with it. And we can see that Jelligot was the one that had trouble, and she's in her debut marathon. She's not used to grabbing water on the run, and she just showed that. So now she's got to use a little bit of extra energy, which she doesn't want to do, to make up that small gap. Because once that gap, it's like an unraveling string. The minute if it unravels too much, it snaps, and then it just like a rubber band breaking. And so you got to keep contact. You got to keep contact. That's all they're thinking right now. Stay with them. Stay with them.
And we have Tony Revis in studio with me. I'm David Pingalore, and Dina Castor, 2004 Olympian medalist. Now, is there a knack to grab the water bottle? Are you trained? Do you practice that?
It is definitely something that you have to master in practices, because this is an energy game. Energy in, energy expended. And you could see that this faster pace, this 5:13 mile that has just been thrown down, has taken a toll on Rita Jelligot from Kenya. She's the one that stumbled at that water station, but you do see a little bit more distress in her stride as she's trying to reattach herself to the three in front of her.
Yeah, and she will reattach, but she will have used energy that they didn't. And so when that comes later in the race, when you need that energy, when somebody else makes another move, you've already used some of yours up already, and it was in a non-tactical situation. That's what I say. When you get to aid stations, you have these non-tactical surges, making sure you get your bottle, or if you don't get your bottle and you have to go back and get them, all these small little nuances play into who's going to win this women's race, which is much more, right now, more compelling. And now, Dina, Matt looks good again.
Americans in the lead here at the Los Angeles Marathon, and the finish line is getting closer every step of the way.
And what they say is you go through feeling good, a good patch, followed by a bad patch. Later in the marathon, you go through good patch, bad patch. And the bad patches tend to overwhelm the good patches. And you just hope the finish line gets there fast.
And we will continue following and monitoring the end of the Los Angeles Marathon. This January, residents of the Los Angeles County suffer from one of the most devastating disasters in California's history. Here are some thoughts on the fires and the first responders who worked tirelessly to contain them.
Watching what has happened to the communities in LA because of the fires has been, I think, almost incomprehensible.
It was painful to watch communities be torn apart.
You felt a heartfelt hurt for people.
It was just really hard to fathom that something could destroy so much in so little time.
I think everybody knows somebody that was affected.
For those who lost their belongings in the fire, your pain is my pain, your loss is my loss, and let's rebuild everything together.
The city's here for you.
Everyone's pitching in to help.
But it's going to be a very difficult trip, so we should help them as much as possible in any way.
First responders have been amazing, and we are very grateful for them.
You've carried a very large burden in this, and we're all thankful for what you've done.
They have worked tirelessly, day and night.
It's priceless what they do.
It's amazing that they think, oh, it's just my job, but it means so much to everybody in this community.
This kind of stuff really does bring out the best in a lot of people, and if you've lost everything, we're all here to help you get it back.
Together LA, as you can see there on our graphic there, we will make a difference. Together LA is LA Marathon, Boston Marathon, the Chicago Marathon, and the New York City Marathon. Of course, the marathon season is officially underway, obviously, with the LA Marathon starting today. And let's take a look at Rickman again. Like, Tony, we're back to watching him doing his thing.
His 20th mile was running 4:22. His 21st mile was running 5:12, 50 seconds slower. And, you know, that's what happens in the marathon when you're not experienced. He was just ripping up. When he made that breakaway, Dina, he really goosed it, and he really put the pedal down, and he opened up that big advantage of nearly 1 minute. But now he's suffering a little bit, and now we'll see how much he can hold on and what he's got left. He's got a long way to go when you start feeling bad in the marathon.
I do feel like he is riding those ebbs and flows like a pro. You would never guess that this is only his second marathon, because when he had that bad patch, he settled in, didn't panic. He settled into that slower pace and now has opened it up slightly again. You can see that in the cadence displayed right there on the screen. He's having another good stretch here. Let's talk about the shoes a little bit, right? This shoe technology, because the pounding of the pavement can really wear and tear. With the advancements in shoe technology, the Metaspeed Sky that Matt is running in right now, it has a carbon plate in it, which is propelling him forward. But more significant is the foam technology that is cushioning the pounding, that repetition on his joints and muscles mile after mile.
The new Super Shoe revolution began in 2016, and essentially it gave you the cushioning of the training shoe, which in the old days was 10 ounces, and the lightness of the racing flat, which used to be 6 ounces. Now that's all contained. Good cushioning and lightweight all in one shoe, and that's why all the records have just been exploding over the last several years. Every time you look around, I mean, the record books are now being written in #2 Ticonderoga pencils.
Samantha Cortese in Hollywood again joins us. Good morning.
Hi, Ping. Good morning. A beautiful morning here in Hollywood Boulevard for the 40th Los Angeles Marathon. Runners, as they turn this corner, their eyes light up. The sun is out, starting to sweat. It's looking beautiful out here in Hollywood. And you know the Walk of Stars are here. Tinkerbell, Winnie the Pooh, Donald Duck. We're in front of the iconic El Capitan Theater. Hercules encouraging the runners, you can go the distance. I know you're singing it in your head. I'm here at James Wood from El Cap. What a beautiful day out here, James. How excited are you to be here on race day?
We're very excited. You know, the race is fantastic. It's part of LA. It's LA history, right? Just like the El Capitan, and we're so excited it's right here in front of the El Cap.
Yes, and just like Walt Disney, it's part of LA culture. How is El Cap taking part today, and anything coming up in the future?
Well, as you see, we've got our fantastic marquee. We're letting everybody know that we're supporting. We're getting it out there. We even have one of our cast members who's racing today. So we're going to all be out here cheering him on in a few moments.
Can you shout out?
Absolutely. His name is Jose Flores. He's doing great. He's coming down this way. He's going to be here shortly.
Incredible. Mile marker between 11 and 12. So they got about halfway, almost halfway.
Halfway. We're the halfway mark, which we couldn't be happier, right? Everybody sees it. They see the beacon that is the El Cap. They know they can finish the race then.
Yeah, the lights are flashing. Hercules has them going on. Any encouragement you want to give to Jose and all the other runners out there today?
I would just say I'm proud of everybody, right? We're proud of everybody because it's an amazing thing. It's not an easy feat, but everybody who's out there is going to be a winner today, which is great.
James, thank you so much. We're so excited to be here on the iconic Hollywood Boulevard for the Los Angeles Marathon. We're going to give you a final look at the runners as they go by as we send it back to you in the studio. Ping.
All right, Samantha, thank you very much. And we're going to be right back as the Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS continues as the American Matt Rickman building on his lead in the final stretch here, trying to become the first American since 1994 to win the Los Angeles Marathon.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose, because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
Kia has 10 hybrid, electric, and plug-in hybrid utility vehicles to choose from. So whether you're looking for a fuel-efficient hybrid, an all-electric vehicle, or a plug-in hybrid that uses electric for every day and fuel for far away, the question isn't which vehicle to get, it's which Kia to get.
Hello. Welcome back.
10 electrified utility vehicles to choose from. Kia, movement that inspires.
When you were small, you were afraid of what you couldn't see. But now you know there's nothing to fear when you can see what's coming. That's why Penske created Catalyst AI, a tool that combs through billions of data points so you can compare your fleet against similar fleets to see exactly how your business is doing and how to improve. There's nothing more comforting than that.
Together LA to me means that we are one family. It doesn't matter what community you're from, race, religion, gender, all that stuff. We are one family here.
Disaster really brings out, as tragic as it is, it brings out the best in people. And I think that phrase really embodies what the spirit of LA is.
We succeed together
as a team.
Together LA means community. We need each other.
We're in it together.
We're united as a city.
Nobody is alone.
When we all come together, we have more in common than differences and are able to do anything we set our hearts and our minds to.
It's been really, really nice seeing everyone pull together.
Together LA is just a reminder of what a beautiful city we live in.
We're all tied together, kind of like the marathon route that ties together the communities that we run through.
Through it all, there's love, there's togetherness, and there is really the ability to see where it's going to lead us next.
Just keep your eye on the light. Keep your eye on all those beautiful people that are out there helping, and yeah, we're going to be okay. Together.
Together, LA.
Together, LA.
Together, LA.
Together, LA. Together, LA.
Together, LA.
We are together, LA.
We are together, LA.
We are together, LA.
We are all together, LA.
We are all together, LA.
We're all together, LA.
53, still solid.
All right, there's Tony. He's doing all the stats. We're back to our live coverage of the 40th Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS. Let's go back out to the finish line. He has moved from the start line. He ran very fast. Chris Schabel, two distinguished guests. How are you?
Hey, Bing, I'm great, buddy, but I wish I could run that fast. Joining me right now, Brian McCord, of course, CEO, president of the McCord Foundation, and then with him, joining us is Keith McDermott from the Boston Athletic Association. Why is the Boston Athletic Association so important? That's the Boston Marathon, one of the greatest marathons in all the world, and they have a partnership with the LA Marathon called Together LA. Brian, let's just talk about how the day's going before we get into Together LA. How's the race going so far?
It's just going phenomenal. We got a young U.S. up-and-comer. I don't think he's run more than 3 or 4 marathons. Is leading.
Right.
That's exciting.
It's very exciting.
And again, all the people that are out there that are raising so much money for charities, we're up to approximately 110 nonprofits. So all the good that's happening out there is growing as well.
That's fantastic. Tell us about Together LA.
Together LA, it's the 4 largest marathons in the United States. And when the tragedy of Los Angeles happened, I actually had gotten in touch with Boston and Keith, and they're like, whatever you need, we're there. And so we said, let's pull the 4th largest together, sell some shirts, and all the net proceeds will go to the firefighters as well as all the people that have been affected by this.
And that merchandise, that's available on the LA Marathon website?
Yeah, it's you can go to LA Marathon or the McCourt Foundation. It pops right up, and you can buy Together LA, and all sales proceeds go to that.
Keith, why was it so important for you to be part of Together LA and join in helping Los Angeles rebuild after the fires?
Well, first it starts with Brian giving me a call, and you can't say no to Brian, right? Because he just got so much energy. And the other thing is we have so much commonality with our marathon. We're raising funds for charities and different causes. So that in itself is something that we want to support. In terms of partnership, I do tell you that our board chair, Dr. Sheriff Blawett, she's a 4-time winner of the LA Marathon, the wheelchair division. And so we brought this to the board. It was a decision, easy decision to join and raise funds for the first responders because they put their lives on the line selflessly without any kind of hesitation. So we have to be behind that.
Well, Keith McDermott, thank you so much for joining Los Angeles and being such a great part of Together LA. Brian, thank you for all you do, especially the McCourt Foundation. That's excellent.
And again, you guys at KTLA, Chris, love always seeing you.
You too,
and
buddy.
Everybody behind the scenes. Excellent job.
All right, Ping, you hear that, buddy? Excellent job.
Wow, that's for everybody. I'm just sitting in the studio I'm just throwing to you, and I got Olympian athlete, 2004 medalist, Dina Castor in studio, and Tony Revis, his 40th broadcast. And we got Matt Rickman.
Matt
Dina.
Rickman is looking so good. He came out of that bad patch and got right back on pace, running sub 5-minute miles. In the chase behind him is Moses Kurgat and Sammy Rotich, but they are a minute and a half behind him.
They're not
he
catching
has really opened up. The stat man here, the guy crunching the numbers in between us, says they are not catching him, which is so exciting for a new star being born in American distance.
So to make this interesting, Tony, because you are the stat man, you want to give an over-under of what he's going to finish at time? What?
He was on 2:08 flat pace at 35 kilometers. That's 21.7 miles. But you make that turnaround, rather than going straight down San Vicente, which is downgrade, you come back up to Century City. So that downgrade now becomes an upgrade. So it's a slow last 5 kilometers. So let's, somewhere between 2:08, 2:09, somewhere in that.
I'm going to take the under that number then.
But he's, what do you call it? It's still one of the fastest times in LA history if you just kind of maintain. Now, we can tell you that Paul Pilkington was the last American male to win the LA Marathon. The last female from America was in the same year, Olga Appel, who became an American citizen 9 days before that race from Mexico. But Olga won that race and Paul Pilkington. So we had double American winners in '94, and we still got a chance at a double American victory because Savannah Berry is still very much in front in the women's competition.
And we will continue our live coverage on this Sunday morning of the Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS right here on KTLA 5.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
Playing for an ultra?
We're playing for ultras. Brace you for an ultra?
Put an ultra on it. Don't forget, there's ultras on the line. I didn't.
Michelob Ultra, superior light beer.
And now, everybody who's fueled by your local Circle K. There's flower shop owners, neighborhood bakers, awesome food truck sandwich makers, gearheads, mighty motorheads, farmers and their farmsteads, life-saving physicians and head-banging musicians, that guy who helped you change your spare, and rock star nurses. The people we rely on every day are fueled by Circle K every single day. Fueled by Circle K.
Welcome back, and another good morning to you as we continue to follow the race for the Los Angeles Marathon. Women's race, the men's race are all getting going here in the final stretches. Now let's go out to Samantha Cortese live in Hollywood again. I will say this is my third good morning to you, Samantha.
Good morning for the third time, Ping. I just love this sign on the iconic Hollywood Boulevard next to El Capitan Theater. Thank you, first responders. We love you, and LA from Jimmy Kimmel Live out here on Hollywood Boulevard. So far this morning, we've seen a firefighter running in full gear, carrying an American flag. I saw a guy in a mustard costume, a banana, and a barefoot man. So there's a lot going on. It's Hollywood Boulevard. What are you gonna say? I'm here with Lorena Torres. I saw her sign, and so many people have been coming up, giving her high fives, giving her a thumbs up. Remember when you thought you couldn't do this? What was the inspiration behind this sign today, Lorena?
Oh, my sister. Well, she's been training for 6 months for this marathon with a Sparkle and Wellness brand. So I came out here to support her. It's her first marathon, full marathon.
And do you know where she is right now on the route?
She's close by. She's not here yet, but I think she should be here in like a couple of minutes. So.
I see a lot of people get emotional when they see their friends and family. They've been out here supporting. Well, how do you think that's going to be when she runs by?
Oh, I think I'm going to be excited for her. Yeah, because she's been training for this for a long time. So
a lot of people are giving you high fives, thumbs up at your sign. How does that feel? I mean, you're really narrowing down that moment when you think, I don't know if I can do 26.2.
Yeah. Oh, I'm excited. I stole this off Pinterest. I was trying to find a funny one, but then I was like, oh, I like this better.
It's beautiful. Thank you for your time, Lorena. Good luck to your sister. We'll be watching. Ping, it's truly an emotional day out here at the marathon when you see family members meet up with their running friends, their groups. It's heartwarming. It's really awesome to see. When these people start to feel tired, they're almost at the halfway point, and then they see their friends and family, they get that little extra boost down Hollywood Boulevard, and it's really awesome to see. From Hollywood, back to you in the studio.
All right, Samantha, thank you very much. Let's get back to race coverage now. On the left is the American Matt Rickman in his second ever marathon, and out front for the women is Savannah Berry. So it's an all-American deal going here as we get to the final moments.
Right, and for much of the women's race, we have seen a pack of 4, but Rita Gilligat of Kenya has been dropped by this pack of 3. This is your podium right there on the screen, on the women's screen, the right-hand side. Antonina Kwambai, 2-time runner up here on the left of your screen. In the center of your screen is American Savannah Berry, and over her shoulder in number 101 is Tijanesh Gabisa of Ethiopia, all looking strong. You could tell that they have picked up their cadence. They're running about 5:30 pace in their last mile. Only a couple more miles to go in order for the champion to emerge out of this 3. They just grabbed their fluids, their last fluid stop, so they can have that energy to grind to the finish.
They're on about 2:31 marathon pace, so there's still a race to be had in this last couple of miles on the women's side, which is very thrilling. And Savannah Berry, I mean, if there was any like Preems money, like in cycling, if you give money for leading laps, she get all the Preems money because she's doing all the work, but I think she feels comfortable doing that. And she looks just as good as Kwambai on the left, who's a 2-time runner-up. I'd like to be the 3-time runner-up. She finished second in both 2021 and 2022. But Savannah Berry with a 2:29 personal best is right in her wheelhouse. They're not running a personal best, but this would be by far her best race of her career.
Undoubtedly, she is certainly trying to continue to tighten those screws, to really strengthen the pace. They've just made this 180-degree turn to start climbing towards that finish line. This is where, if you are starting to fatigue, the added hill, the added uphill might really come to bite you. But all women sticking together, trying to expend as little energy as possible as they ramp up for that finishing kick.
Utah Valley State grad, her goal to stick with the group as long as she possibly could. She was in personal best shape. The race didn't play out to run a personal best, but a victory in a major city marathon, I'd take that over PR any day of the week.
Yes, and Savannah Berry, who is just continuing to lead this race, is a two-time Olympic trials qualifier, so she knows what it's like to compete against the best. But winning here would be certainly one of the highlights of her career thus far.
A Bakersfield, California native, family and friends are here in Los Angeles to drive her on. You know that's got to be sort of an inspiration to her. She told us earlier she's been watching this coverage throughout her entire life. So this marathon means more than probably any other, because in many ways this is her hometown race.
And as for the men's side, just a couple of minutes before the finish line will be crossed by Matt Rickman in his second ever marathon. He built the lead. Remember we talked about it? He built the 57-second lead, and here he is getting ready to finish out a win.
And just a grinder, right? He didn't do this easily. He made a move pretty early on in marathon standards at mile 16, and has really stole the show here on the men's side, and really hasn't given second place a chance to catch up.
And passed the women in the chase at 18 miles, the earliest pass in the chase in history, because the women got into a very tactical affair, whereas the men took advantage of the very excellent day for long distance running, and we're having one of the, if he finishes currently at the pace he's heading, he will have the second fastest time in LA history.
So 26-mile mark, Matt just passed, 0.2 to go. He has to be feeling great as he reels in that finish line, but what a grinder. He is not afraid to hurt, and hurt for a long time.
Elburn, Illinois native, out of Montana State, spent the entire winter in Bozeman, Montana, often, running indoors on a treadmill, going to an indoor track to do his speed work. It's really hard to do outdoor training in the very cold conditions of Montana, but obviously it's been serving him well.
It'll be very interesting to hear what he has to say from, not only the physical part, but the mental part of what he has accomplished here by building such a big lead.
Absolutely, and having the presenting sponsor on your jersey is also a cap in that feather. ASICS is a Latin acronym for Anima Sana Incorpore Sano. There's the CEO of ASICS holding the finish line tape.
Matt Rickman, 2:07:56, I'm going to say, Tony. Your winner.
Usually
of
rounded
the Los
up.
Angeles
Unbelievable.
Marathon.
Unbelievable second marathon. From 2:10:47 to 2:07:57. This guy just put his name in the hat for the LA 2028 Olympic Games on the American team. A 2:07 in Los Angeles. We're not talking about Boston. We're not talking about the bullet course that is Chicago or Berlin or London or Dubai. Those are the bullet courses. 2:07 by an American in Los Angeles has real meaning.
That puts him on the radar now for the 28 games.
I would think so.
There's the elite athlete manager, Ben Cesar of ASICS, so proud of Matt and his efforts showcased out there on the streets, winning in style, decisive win for Matt Rickman.
And we should mention, this will be a different course for the 28 games, right? The marathon course will not be this course.
The Olympic course has not been revealed yet. We'll touch on some of the iconic landmarks for sure, because they're everywhere in LA, but Matt Rickman is your 2025 Los Angeles Marathon champion.
First American to win since 1994. We're going to wrap up what he's done. We're going to hear from him, but we're going to see how the women are going to do here at the end of this race, as the American Savannah Berry has been going back and forth here for the last, they got about a mile left, so we're back after this.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
Kia has 10 hybrid, electric, and plug-in hybrid utility vehicles to choose from. So whether you're looking for a fuel-efficient hybrid, an all-electric vehicle, or a plug-in hybrid that uses electric for every day and fuel for far away, the question isn't which vehicle to get, it's which Kia to get.
Hello. Welcome back.
10 electrified utility vehicles to choose from. Kia, movement that inspires.
When you were small, you were afraid of what you couldn't see. But now you know there's nothing to fear when you can see what's coming. That's why Penske created Catalyst AI, a tool that combs through billions of data points so you can compare your fleet against similar fleets to see exactly how your business is doing and how to improve. There's nothing more comforting than that.
All right, here we are back with our live coverage of the Los Angeles Marathon. Thousands continue to make their way through, but the women's elite right here. Tony Travis is in studio, and Dina Casper.
On that uphill, that's where that final uphill, Savannah kind of lost it. You lose your momentum on that uphill, and the Kwambai and Gabisu put just a little bit of pace on, and that was enough to drop her.
Yeah, they're less than a mile from the finish line. Antonina Kwambai took the lead, took charge, and made that move, and Savannah Berry just did not have an answer for it. And that's what it's like. You try to sense the struggle in your competitors and then make a move based on that. And Antonina Kwambai
she's back.
did sense it.
No, the
hill was got her, but now the hill's gone.
This is replay.
Oh,
Statman's looking at all the stats.
Yeah.
So at that point, does she know, like, I got you right now? Like,
yes.
In her mind? Like,
absolutely.
Okay.
But look what's happening
Gabisa
here.
just took the
Another
lead.
hill, and it's Tijanesh Gabisa of Ethiopia who's taking the lead.
Kwambai coming back.
We're going to see them battling in these final stages. When we look at history, Ethiopia typically has a better kick, but when we look at the historic numbers here in Los Angeles, Kenya has more wins here than Ethiopia in Los Angeles.
But the fastest times have been Ethiopia, the more wins by Kenya. But now, there it is, Gabiso. And is it Kwambai going to be in her third runner-up position? Is that possible? She must be going crazy. It's not over. Kwambai's gone hard to her arms. And Gabisa takes a peek over her shoulder. She doesn't have a lot left in the tank either. Oh, these are the desperate minutes, Dina.
Right. So many glances over your shoulder to see if that's the move that shook her, but both women looking over their shoulder to see their spot on the podium.
They're running on fumes, but now the gap. There's the gap.
That's significant.
That's the significant. When you're that close and all of a sudden it's 2 strides, it's like the world just turned. And it looks like it's going to be Tijanesh Gabisa from Ethiopia who's going to take the win, relegating Antonina Kwambai to her third runner-up position in Los Angeles. Poor baby.
And third, rounding out the podium, will be Savannah Berry. What a greatly timed race for Tijanesh Gabisa of Ethiopia. Little Hail Mary, thank you for letting her be the first one across that finish line. I'd love to see great racing to the very end.
And it was a great race there to the end. I mean, you saw kind of a little back and forth, and then
Savannah Berry crossing the line, hitting her watch, looking behind to see how much real estate she had on 4th place to solidify her spot on the podium here at the 2025 running 40th edition of the Los Angeles Marathon. American flag for her.
Well, exciting women's race, and there's Matt Rickman. And just so you know, second place went to Athanas Kioko from Kenya in his debut in 2:10:55, meaning Matt won by 3 minutes.
That's pretty amazing.
Over
right?
the last 10 miles, he put 3 minutes on this world-class field.
Would you use the word astounding for something like that?
Close. I mean, not totally, because this guy, we knew that he came into Twin Cities last fall off a long collegiate season and yet ran 2:10:47. That was surprising even to him. He didn't know what time he was running until he was a couple hundred yards from the finish line and he saw the clock. He didn't know what time he was running. And he realized I had a lot left in the tank, so he trained for this knowing I think I could push harder in the middle, and that's exactly what he did. At 15 miles, he made his move, pulled away from the rest of the men, including a 2:07 Ethiopian, a bunch of 2:09 Kenyans, so these are real guys. And then he passed the women at 18 miles to win the chase, and then stormed home, finishing strong, had one bad patch. He went from, hit a 5:12 mile late in the race. That was in his 21st mile. That was the hardest part that he had. But he came back with a 4:39 follow-up mile, and he got back on his stride, and he never faltered from there.
And in the history of the race, you can see there was his second best time. I mean, second best time in the history of the race.
Significantly. I mean, it was like 30 seconds faster than the second best time previously. I mean, winning by 3 minutes against this field, that says something. He didn't just win, he dominated.
It makes me so excited about the future of American distance running as we enter another Olympic cycle to see what he can do.
So that, as you mentioned, puts him on the map and the radar from 28 games here in Los Angeles.
So this performance
Yes.
solidifies him as a favorite going into those Olympic Games. Team USA is getting pretty excited at the prospects of being represented, having Matt Rickman represent red, white, and blue.
He did make it look pretty easy. I mean, from the standpoint of, you know, how he ran.
And what an edge to say that you could do it well here in Los Angeles, right? So he has that psychological advantage going into the LA Olympics as well.
Of the 4 largest marathons in America, this is the slowest because of the nature of the course. And yet he just ran a 2:07.
Let's go down to Julie Benson at the finish line. Good morning again, Julie.
Good morning. So excited to be here. You know, not only seeing an American male take this victory in the 40th LA Marathon, but alongside me is Frank McCourt. He's the executive chairman of McCourt Global, as well as the founder of Project Liberty. Frank, talk to me about what you feel at this finish line today.
Oh, this is just an awesome feeling. And of course, the first thing I want to do is speak to the Angelinos and just tell them how my heart goes out for all of them and how this race this year is dedicated to Angelinos and, of course, especially the first responders who did such a marvelous job. And this, you know, celebrating life and the vitality of LA with a civic event like this marathon. I mean, you can hear it in the background. There's just tremendous energy, and this is what brings cities together.
Absolutely, and speaks to the tenacity of LA. You know, you acquired this race in 2008. So to date, what's been your favorite part about partnering with the marathon?
It's really just bringing what was I mean, let's face it, it was a stagnant race. It really wasn't going anywhere. And you know, coming from Boston and seeing what the Boston Marathon means to the city of Boston, having the privilege of buying the marathon, turning it around so it's stable, sustainable, successful, and then actually, you know, selling out every year in record time and just really seeing the energy and what it does to bring LA together. And most importantly, it's bringing the 110 organizations that we raise money with and for. That's the most important thing. Everybody out here, or most everybody out here, is running for a purpose, and they're raising money for something that matters to them, that really is meaningful to them.
And I agree with you, and you have something else that's very meaningful to you. I have a 20-year-old stepdaughter whose main concern lately is the future of TikTok. You have partnered, or you founded Project Liberty. Can you just speak quickly to what that means for the protection of the internet?
Well, yeah, look, the internet is awesome, right? But it's turned out to be something that it wasn't intended to be, and it's now we're seeing the pain it's causing and the harms, right? And what I'm talking about is the polarization we have in society, the mis and disinformation, and especially the harms to young children. So we want to reimagine how the internet works, put you and I in charge of ourselves on the internet, so we permission the use of our data. It's not stolen from us and then in use against us and exploiting us. The tech has moved into a direction where it's actually not working for us, it's working against us. It doesn't have to be this way. So Project Liberty is focused on reimagining and rebuilding the internet so that each of us reclaim our agency and our personhood and are able to use this internet in a way that it empowers individuals and doesn't exploit us. So it's something I'm really, really excited about, and we're making really great progress. And that's why we mounted the bid, what we call the people's bid for TikTok, in order to move the 170 million Americans over to this new tech stack and empower them and protect them rather than have them surveilled, spied upon, and exploited.
Well, Frank, you're doing so much good for the world. We appreciate you being here. And now we've got Chris, who's going to have a wonderful interview with our American champion. Chris?
Thank you so much. This is a very unique opportunity. I've been covering the Los Angeles Marathon off and on for more than 24 years. I have never had the opportunity to interview two Americans who podiumed. Matt won, of course, on the men's side, and Savannah, for you to take third in your first LA Marathon, are you just thrilled?
Yeah, I'm beyond thrilled. It was fun racing against this group of girls, and then honestly seeing Matt blow by me, like, I don't even know what mile it was, but it like encouraged me. I was like, okay, yes, we got this. So I wanted to represent for the state, and I wanted to represent for our country, and so it was a great day. So. Bravo, well done. Don't go anywhere. Matt, okay, man. Your story, it seems like it's out of nowhere. Only your second marathon ever. Your half marathons are smoking fast, so maybe it's not a surprise, but are you surprised that you won the Los Angeles Marathon in only your second marathon?
Yeah, no, it's definitely a surprise. You know, I came in feeling really good. Obviously, it's really hard to judge where you stack up against competition, but it was a really good group out there today, and I was really happy to run with those guys and then ultimately win it. So,
tell us about your strategy.
You know, I didn't have too much of a strategy. The first half, I just wanted to stay in that group. Didn't really want to push the pace or lead or anything like that. Just kind of stay, you know, feel it out, because it's a challenging course. So just staying in that group, and then I told myself, you know, once you hit the hour mark, then you can start to, you know, feel it out, do any moves if you want to do that, and that's what I did. So.
All right, don't leave yet. Savannah, when did you know, oh my gosh, I'm in a podium, I might even win this thing? When did you realize you were in the thick of it?
I mean, I didn't really think I was out of it until about the last 800. But honestly, when it came around to like mile 20, I mean, I was feeling pretty good still. My legs were tired from the hills, but as long as you got heart and, you know, you got the mindset, you can go. So I felt in it the whole time, but yeah.
Was there anyone, was there an inspiration? What was going through your head? Was there something driving you? What were you telling yourself while you were running?
So my family invested a lot of time and effort to come out here. So there's a lot of them. I saw them at like mile 5, 2, 9, like all sporadic. So essentially the whole time I was just trying to think of them, because it's like, even if I didn't have my best day, I wanted to give it all I had for them, you know, because they showed up, and so I got to show up too. But.
How was the weather for you?
Oh, perfect. I was dumping a little bit of water on my neck like towards the end, but it really never got too warm. So it was honestly beautiful weather today. But
Matt, when did you realize I can win this thing?
You know, that's a tough question, because the whole race I was running with a little bit of fear. You know, it's tough when you can't see what's going on behind you, especially this last, you know, before you make that U-turn there. It's a long ways. So really, I was just keeping my foot on the gas. You know, always had that belief that I could do it, but you know, just never let up until the line. Really.
Was there something inspiring you? What were you thinking as you were pushing yourself?
You know, it's such a great day for it. You know, the 40th anniversary. You know, there's so many legacy runners out here, and the crowd out here was amazing. There was people throughout the whole course, and that really helps. It's amazing how much a crowd can change the course of what you're feeling.
All right, one last question. I know you just won the Los Angeles Marathon. Has it sunk in yet?
Not yet. It's starting to a little bit, but yeah, still getting that feeling. You know, the race is still going on, so it's a great feeling just to, you know, to be here, especially with Savannah.
Anyone you want to say hi to while you got a line, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many people to thank. You know, the list goes on and on. It really is. It's amazing how much everyone can change. You know, what I think about in the race. You know, training. Everyone that's been there. There's so many people, and I can't think of them enough.
And Savannah, anyone you want to thank while you got the chance?
This is what I think my family. I guess they're all here, but
okay.
They're also watching too. So
there you go. There you go. Well, they see you. Thank you both. Up top, USA, baby. Gotta love it. Ping, throwing it back to you.
All right, Chris Schabel with the winner for the first time since 1994. Matt Rickman, the first American to win the Los Angeles Marathon, and Savannah Barry, she will be on the podium as she finished third today. We're back with continuing coverage of the Los Angeles Marathon right here on KTLA on this Sunday morning.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ACES, sound mind, sound body.
Kia has 10 hybrid, electric, and plug-in hybrid utility vehicles to choose from. So whether you're looking for a fuel-efficient hybrid, an all-electric vehicle, or a plug-in hybrid that uses electric for every day and fuel for far away, the question isn't which vehicle to get, it's which Kia to get.
Hello. Welcome back.
10 electrified utility vehicles to choose from. Kia, movement that inspires.
When you were small, you were afraid of what you couldn't see. But now you know there's nothing to fear when you can see what's coming. That's why Penske created Catalyst AI, a tool that combs through billions of data points so you can compare your fleet against similar fleets to see exactly how your business is doing and how to improve. There's nothing more comforting than that.
The McCourt Foundation, I really fell in love with when I first learned about it because we basically are fundraising for neurological disease research, and that covers a really wide range of diseases in the brain.
Also put efforts into working with communities and holding different types of workshops and gatherings.
So I decided to run with TMF because I think their values really align with my own. This experience running with TMF and training for the LA Marathon is really a very unique experience.
It's been encouraging personally to be able to train and know that I'm working towards a goal of mine, and then also to see the community behind me.
There's a lot more purpose behind it too. There's a lot more motivation to finish the race and make sure that I'm prepared for it. So if someone is considering running for a charity, it's definitely a big undertaking. If it means something to you, it's a really awesome experience.
Be willing to ask people, both to contribute, whether it's financially if they're able, or a big thing for me was just to say, if it's rough right now, it's understandable, but at least you're getting the awareness out there, which has been really awesome to see. Conversations have formed and developed, and it's encouraging.
The rewarding aspect behind it too is really awesome, and I would say go for it. If it's something you're considering, definitely do it. It's really unbelievable.
All right, right back down to the finish line in Century City. Chris Schabel is on stage, ready to go for the wheelchair division ceremony.
Hi, Ping. You're absolutely right. These are the Pro Wheelchair Award winners. So proud to present them. Laura Rivera, Wheelchair Division Co-Coordinator with the LA Marathon. Laura, go ahead and take it away.
In the female division, we have third place, Hannah Babalola from Nigeria, living in Chicago. Second place, Yenny Hernandez from Mexico. Third, and in first place, all the way from Tokyo, Japan, Wakako Tsuchida. In the men's category, third place, Gonzalo Valdovinos from Mexico. In second place, Miguel Jimenez Vergara from San Diego, California. And from Buga, Colombia, third third time in a row, first place winner, Luis Francisco San Clemente.
So there you have it. These are your wheelchair winners. Congratulations to all of them. On the men's side, a 3-time champion, 3 times in a row. Congrats to all. Sending it back to you guys.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. Wendy Birch, mile 15. She has the pink wig on, I think. Wendy, what do you got? Yeah, she does. Look at her.
It is the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club.
I know,
we
but
are full into the Wild West Hollywood, which is the theme of the day and the kind of iconic nature of this part of the mile when it comes to West Hollywood. Mile 15 right here. Take a look over the shoulder way over yonder. I got the KTLA Street Team in pink for the Pink Pony Club. There's even some ponies in that mix galloping along as we high-five the runners coming on down the way, and they are coming fast and furious. I got to tell you, though, I'm pretty excited about the group behind me. Hello, boys. How are you guys? Joining me right now are some of the men, the great men from the Gay Men's Chorus of Los Angeles, GMCLA. We absolutely love you guys. This is Matthew. This is Patrick. First of all, well played, well done, gentlemen. They have embraced our theme, and also there's something special as to why they are dressed up like rhinestone cowboys. Patrick, I do believe that you've got a concert coming up. Tell me more.
That's right. It's March 22nd, 23rd at the Saban Theater in Beverly Hills. Yes. Rhinestone Cowboys is a really special. It's country pop. It's everything. It's country rock. It's country stadium, country pop. It's artists that are at the forefront of changing country for the better.
Well, and by the way, let's be honest as I tap you on the shoulder with my pony. When it comes to the Gay Men's Chorus of Los Angeles, there's one name. There are certain people with one name that stand out. You got your Reba. You got your Dolly. Now you got your Chappelle. I mean, you got your Miley. You guys love these ladies.
Yeah, we have our Beyonce too now.
How did I forget Cowboy Carter?
And, you know, supporting an organization like ours when visibility is so important right now, it really makes a huge impact for our community. We're defending and protecting, you know, a lot for young queer people and, you know, the LGBT community everywhere. So come out and support us and go to gmcla.org and get your tickets.
That is terrific. And, of course, we are now going to support the runners. I've got a high-five line over there, and now I've got a very spirited yee-haw high-five line right here. One final question. Did you all have the rhinestones already, or did you have to go out and buy them? You had them. You had them. You had them. You had that belt. I know it. All right. We're going to have a little yee-haw. Come on, guys. Let's get on in with your cowbells and your pink pony party. It is happening right down here at West Hollywood. Mile 15, LA's very own mile. Run, gallop, do it, do it. Oh, you got it going on. You got it going on. Hi, you guys. Great job. Yee-haw, yee-haw. Woo-hoo. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's happening. We'll send it back to you. Bring your cowbell with pride.
All right, Wendy, thank you very much. And let's check in again with Lauren Lister. Another good morning to you. She's in the heart of Beverly Hills on Rodeo Drive.
Yes, good morning. So here we're seeing runners passing mile 17. The end is in sight, and they are running down the famed, iconic Rodeo Drive as they round the corner and head towards Century City. Now joining us is Mayor of Beverly Hills, Lester Friedman, to talk about some of the sights that these people will see along the way. First, how are you doing on this race day? Why is this important to you?
Well, this is just such a beautiful day, beautiful event to have. It really brings the community together, brings all of LA together. We've had so much trouble in LA lately, and just having an event like this where people are happy and can participate is just really wonderful.
Such a good point. January was such a tough month for so many, and here is a showing of goodness and of togetherness. Tell us, Rodeo Drive, so iconic. We can show the runners that are coming down it right now. What are some of the sights that they're seeing in Beverly Hills that everyone knows so well?
Well, they're seeing the beautiful street that we have. As you said, Rodeo Drive is so iconic. Givenchy just opened up a brand new store here. We have Cartier, we have Bijan. The street is just always lively, always inviting. People are always welcome to come here. Just enjoy the sights of Beverly Hills.
All the fanciest stores in the world right here. I see people taking selfies on the stairs, all of the sights you might expect in Beverly Hills, but there's a rich history. And why do you think, tell us a little bit about that history and why it's important to be part of the race to you?
Well, you know, the city of Beverly Hills is a separate entity. We're in the middle of Los Angeles, but we're totally separate. The community here is so supportive of all of the events that occur in our city. And it's just really a great feeling. I've been living here now, came here to raise my children in our Beverly Hills schools. We have a wonderful fire department, wonderful police department. It's just a great place to live.
Iconic on the world stage, but also a community, and runners are seeing that firsthand today. Thank you so much for being on with us. Let's take one more look at the runners. Great cheering section here today in Beverly Hills. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Lauren Lister on Rodeo Drive. And now we're going to go out to Sam Cortese for a little trifecta. So there she is again. Go, Sam, go.
Yeah, Rodeo. We're on Hollywood Boulevard. We're listening to a pop punk emo band, and we're having a blast out here on the 40th LA Marathon. All right, family, who are we here to see today?
For Maggie, my wife!
Your wife?
Yes, go Maggie!
Are you guys from LA?
Yes, we are!
All right, where in the city are you guys from?
We're there in Carson. We're actually in Montana.
From Fontana. Early morning for you guys. How long has Maggie been training?
Oh, she's been running for some years now. This is actually 10 years, 10 months.
She's here.
Oh, no, not yet. It's a different one.
Wait, who's that?
I don't know.
All right, we're having fun out here at the LA Marathon on Hollywood Boulevard. Hey, what does it mean to you to be out here to support your wife today?
Oh, I love it. I've been supporting her every time she's been running the marathon. This is her, her life actually. So she's actually in pain right now, so I'm hoping she finishes the run, the marathon. So
She will. She'll finish. She'll be great.
Thank you so much.
And what's your name?
Ramil.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for talking to us. We kind of bombarded them, Ping, but we're having so much fun out here. The Black and Gold Run Club is still out here banging the drums, throwing confetti. You guys, hello! We're live on Channel 5! Such a great energy out here, and like I said before, this is about the halfway point, not quite. We're between 11 and 12, and when people see their family, they just get that boost of energy, a smile, a hug, can get pretty emotional. We've seen a banana, we've seen a hot dog, we've seen some guy running barefoot. There's a whole group of guys running in Speedos today. This is so much fun, and now that we have our winners, this is the part where people are just running to have a good time and check out Los Angeles in a way they never have seen before. So Ping from the iconic Hollywood Boulevard in front of TCL, Hard Rock, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Sam, thank you very much. We're going to be back after this as we continue our coverage of the Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS as you look at Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
Playing for an ultra?
We playing for ultras? Brace you for an ultra?
Put an ultra on it. Don't forget, there's ultras on the line. I didn't.
Michelob Ultra, superior light beer.
And now, everybody who's fueled by your local Circle K. There's flower shop owners, neighborhood bakers, awesome food truck sandwich makers, gearheads, mighty motorheads, farmers and their farmsteads, life-saving physicians and head-banging musicians, that guy who helps you change your spare, and rock star nurses. The people we rely on every day are fueled by Circle K every single day. Fueled by Circle K.
My first LA Marathon was eye-opening, painful, and taught me some significant life lessons.
My first LA Marathon was wonderful.
An awakening.
It was the thrill of the start.
It was an eye-opener because I did get to see a lot of LA that I hadn't seen before.
That was a wonderful experience.
And it was so exciting because I have no idea what I was doing.
I had no idea what to expect, and I remember just being super nervous about it.
It was a surprise, a spur-of-the-moment decision.
Unexpected?
My first LA Marathon was a shock.
A little hard.
Painful.
It was a struggle.
The last 3 miles, I think, were longer than the whole marathon.
Whew, it was a tough one, but I finished.
My first LA Marathon was life-changing.
My first LA Marathon was something I will remember forever.
Like so many marathoners, I entered it saying this is going to be a one and done. And like I said, I've just come back year after year after year.
And welcome back. You're watching KTLA's continuing live coverage of the 40th Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS. For family and friends with someone running in today's race, you can send your messages of support to 515151. Message and data rates do apply. And out to Julie Benson again from the finish line.
Guys, I'm so lucky. I get to interview all the cool people. I'm here with Mr. Ezra Chiloba. He is the General Counsel of Kenya to Los Angeles. And Mr. Chiloba, you were telling me you just arrived in LA 6 months ago, and your athletes from Kenya have such a storied history here at the LA Marathon. How do you feel being here at the finish?
I mean, I was really looking forward to this event because when I reported here, the first question I asked was, what goes on here? And they're like, we are looking forward to the LA Marathon. I was like, yeah, traditionally when I looked at history, we've always participated in this event. And it happening at this particular time, for us really is a very momentous, a great moment for us as a country, having our athletes here and the number of them, 11 of them who came and participating here, really is a good show for us and the support that we give to LA as a city.
Well, certainly the nation of Kenya has a storied history all over the world in distance running.
Right.
How does that make you feel? How does your nation feel about having so many champions from your small little country?
I mean, the issue is all about going out to win. And the way we express ourselves through sport is really the spirit of Kenyans across the different spectrum. And it's something that we export to the world. And we think that we can set an example for how people can come together, pursue excellence, put in the spirit of that winning spirit. And that is what we see every time we show up at the marathon anywhere around the world.
Tell everybody at home watching what the phrase Harabi means.
Harambe.
Harambe.
Harambe. Harambe basically means pulling together, coming together as a community for a common purpose. Each and every individual contributing in their smallest way possible to make sure that together we build something much bigger. And a great example that we see in LA, especially after the devastating fires of January, the community is coming together. That is exactly what Harambe means, that together, whether be it in celebration, be it in crisis, we can come together and build a better community. That's what Harambe means.
Well, we are so glad that you're here in LA and you're talking to us about Harambe.
Yes.
And Ping, you guys are in the studio and you guys can show us a little Harambe yourself.
Yes, and I'm looking forward.
Well,
back to you guys.
Thank you, Julie. Okay, now Shabel might. All right, Shabel, we're going back to you. The winners. Go ahead, Chris.
That's right, Ping. I'm near Avenue of the Stars, but you might as well call this Winner's Lane right here, baby. All right, joining me with the marathon is Liam Fail. Liam, you have the honor of presenting us with the award winners. I'll hold the mic. You tell us the name.
And in third place,
From the United States with a time of 2 hours and 30 minutes and 29 seconds, Savannah Berry.
ASICS CEO and President Kodama-san will be presenting the medals, and we have some of our first responders presenting them with the flowers today.
In second place with a time of 2 hours, 30 minutes and 17 seconds, Antonina Kwambai.
Wow, congratulations.
And in first place with a time of 2 hours, 30 minutes and 13 seconds, Tejanesh Gabisa Tulu.
Well done. And now for the men's finishers. Brian McCourt will be handling the medals on the men's side. And once again, we have one of our fantastic first responders. We are honoring them with this marathon today and all they did all the time, but most recently during the fires. Go ahead with the men.
In third place from Kenya with a time of 2 hours, 13 minutes and 11 seconds, Moses Kiptu Kurgat. In second place from Kenya with a time of 2 hours, 10 minutes and 54 seconds, Athanas Kioko. And in first place with a time of 2 hours, 7 minutes and 55 seconds, Matt Rickman.
Like I said, this is winner's lane today. Congratulations to both the men and women, your first, second, and third place finishers overall for the 2025 40th anniversary of the Los Angeles Marathon.
All right, Chris Schaubel, thank you very much. So back here in studio, I'm David Pingalore, Dina Castor, winner of a medalist in the for bronze in the 2004 games in Athens, and the stat man, Tony Revis. Like, more homework. This guy's done more homework.
The chase history.
The chase history. So we just.
And before this race even got started, Tony earned his star at the Expo press conference.
40 years broadcasting.
He had something shiny before the race even went underway.
But 93 legacy runners. That's a whole different ball game right there. 93 legacy runners. I mean, I can. Of course, we can all talk for 40 years. You got to get 40 years old first, but. Running 40 years.
Let's talk about what we just saw on the podium there. We saw Matt Rickman, first American to win since 1994.
Right.
An amazing race.
It was such a great race. To see him take the lead with such conviction was so exciting. This is the future of American distance running that we saw on display here in Los Angeles this morning.
And 2:7:57 here in Los Angeles on a difficult course. Wait till it goes to a fast course. If you can take 3 minutes off your personal best from 2:10:47 to 2:7:56, that's 2 minutes and 50 seconds. That means there's more chunks to take off in the future. This guy can break. This guy can easily go under 2:7.
And on the women's side, we saw it. Savannah finished third, the American, but it was back and forth there with the three of them.
Right, Savannah did the work the entire race until about a mile to go. She was the leader, and so a great performance by her today. Earning that podium spot is fantastic for an American. To see Americans fare so well here against the others they shared the podium with, Kenya and Ethiopia, was quite a morning for the USA.
What do you take away from that, the women's side, Tony?
Well, I think both the men's and the women's side, it's to the point where for many, many years before Dina's time, Dina was like an outlier, somebody who could run with the rest of the world competitively. And now we're back in that position where the Americans believe that they have the opportunity and the ability to run with anyone. And a lot of times for about 10 or 15 years, Americans didn't think they can do it, so they really didn't go with the leaders. And so it was just dominated by the Ethiopians and the Kenyans. But now the Americans are no longer afraid and are willing to stick your nose in there. And the minute you stick your nose in there, it's interesting how things can change, and now you start putting doubt in the other people's minds, not in your mind.
We will continue our coverage. We still have another hour and 10 minutes. He has more stats to throw at you. I can guarantee you that. The Stat Man. All coming back as we continue our live coverage of the Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS.
As the new year unfolds,
Each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
Kia has 10 hybrid, electric, and plug-in hybrid utility vehicles to choose from. So whether you're looking for a fuel-efficient hybrid, an all-electric vehicle, or a plug-in hybrid that uses electric for every day and fuel for far away, the question isn't which vehicle to get, it's which Kia to get.
Hello. Welcome back.
10 electrified utility vehicles to choose from. Kia, movement that inspires.
When you were small, you were afraid of what you couldn't see. But now you know there's nothing to fear when you can see what's coming. That's why Penske created Catalyst AI, a tool that combs through billions of data points so you can compare your fleet against similar fleets to see exactly how your business is doing and how to improve. There's nothing more comforting than that.
Welcome back here. Thousands of runners, over 26,000, continue to make their way through the streets of Los Angeles during the 40th running of this epic event, the Los Angeles Marathon, presented by ASICS. Back out, mile 15. There she comes. She is ready to go. She is fired up. Wendy Birch, look at her. Go take it away, Wendy.
Fired up. We are so fired up. I got to tell you, normally we're all in blue, but this year we have channeled our pink and we are channeling our inner West Hollywood, Wild West Hollywood look for this, which is the 15th mile of the Los Angeles Marathon, right through the heart of West Hollywood. I got my street team. They've got the horses out because people are now galloping along. Pretty soon I think they're going to start trotting, but this is still a very nice gallop. We've had so much fun out here in West Hollywood. The fun continues, but you know, the marathon benefits so many amazing charities. More than 40 are all beneficiaries of the wonderful work of the McCourt Foundation. But they added a very special one this year, and I'd like to bring in my friend to talk to me more about the amazing work that CORE does right now. You know, many people heard about CORE, first of all, when the horrible earthquake in Haiti happened, and Sean Penn, the actor, just sprang into action, and out of that, CORE was born, right?
Indeed it was. Indeed it was. Founded by Sean and Ann Lee, based on the Haiti earthquake. They've expanded tremendously since then. Ukraine, Sudan.
And speaking about expanding, you have boots on the ground right now in these fire-devastated regions.
We do. January 7th, we are on the move supporting folks with remediation equipment. We are helping clean houses in Altadena. We have given out $1.5 million directly in people's hands. We want to get that to $10 million. So we'd love some support for that, and doing tons of work with the city and county.
And speaking of support, the McCourt Foundation has leaned in with something really special. It's their Together LA initiative. They have these amazing shirts, amazing merch, as the kids like to call it. What's really special about them is not only does it have the Together LA logo, but for the runner enthusiasts out there, they can buy merchandise that has logos of all 4 of the major marathons: New York, Chicago, Boston, and New York, Chicago, Los Angeles! Oh yeah, this one right here. If you'd like more information, the website's down on the screen, but it's really easy. Just go to McCourtFoundation.org and then go to the merch area, and that's where you're going to find it. So let's hear it for the merch. Let's hear it for our friends at CORE.
Support CORE and all these runners. Outstanding. Thanks so much. Appreciate you.
You guys are really running the distance. You guys are here for the whole marathon. Lauren Lister, you're just a couple miles away from me in Beverly Hills. How is it going in the 90210?
Oh, yes.
Going well, Wendy, from Wild West Hollywood to the Tony Beverly Hills, where runners are coming down Rodeo Drive, finishing their 17th mile, rounding the corner. A really great cheering section here. All of these runners, hey, what's up? Geared up. They have their shoes that they love for a marathon, and some of them are barefoot, but the gear we know is so important, so we want to take a moment to talk about the ASICS gear that we have on today, and I really want to show the shoes. Take a look at this. These shoes not only say LA, they have the LA Marathon logo, but they have the LA street names all over them. Sunset Boulevard, Little Tokyo, Los Angeles, and then take a look, 40 for the 40th anniversary. Not just the shoes, take a look, the hat pays homage to LA with all of the landmarks and the streets you see here again, and then we've got our jacket. 40 years running, 1986 to 2025 LA Marathon. And I know that you guys in the studio know a lot more about the shoes. And so these are triathlon shoes, and they have a cool mesh upper and lots of cushioning. And I know you guys would know better how these fare in a run. But they've been doing pretty well for live shots, I must say. We also have a t-shirt, 40 years running, KTLA 5. This one's a little big on me. I wonder if anybody here wants it. Anybody want a commemorative shirt? LA Marathon, 40 years, extra small? Oh, you want it. You get it. Woo! Yay, you're the winner. All right, guys, that's my gear. What do you think?
Not only is she our news anchor and reporter, she's a fit model as well. We're back after this as we continue our live coverage of the Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
Playing for an ultra?
We're playing for ultras. Brace you for an ultra?
Put an ultra on it. Don't forget, there's ultras on the line. I didn't.
Michelob Ultra, superior light beer.
And now, everybody who's fueled by your local Circle K. There's flower shop owners, neighborhood bakers, awesome food truck sandwich makers, gearheads, mighty motorheads, farmers and their farmsteads, life-saving physicians and head-banging musicians, that guy who helps you change your spare, and rock star nurses. The people we rely on every day are fueled by Circle K every single day. Fueled by Circle K.
Another good morning to you as we continue our coverage here of the 40th running of the Los Angeles Marathon. Many different iconic marks. This is one of them, Rodeo Drive. You can spend some money going through there. Maybe you could stop off on the marathon and buy something and keep on running. Let's go out to John Fenolio, who's in Brentwood. Good morning, John.
Hey, good morning, everybody. John Fenolio here. We are at mile marker 22 with bells on. That's right, we're handing out these KTLA 5 bells here so we can cheer on the runners. This is the turnaround at San Vicente and South Bundy Avenue. So close to the finish line, you can almost smell it. If you've made it this far, you are in the home stretch, and you can see that these runners are determined. There's also a lot of fans out here who are cheering them on, having a great time out here. I want to speak with one of them. Hey, Dylan, come over here. We've got Dylan here, and he's holding up some signs. First of all, hey, Dylan, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Tell us about what this sign says right here.
It says, do it for your Strava. Strava is a social media app for runners and anybody else kind of in that active community. And you post your times and your routes, and everybody kind of gives you kudos.
All right, let me see this sign right here. What do you got?
Run fast or don't.
Run fast or don't. You heard it right there. Take another look at the runners, guys. You can just see that right here. Man, it is tight. This is where the turnaround is happening. And again, we are nearing the finish line. If they've made it this far, they are so incredibly close. We're going to keep an eye on things out here. We're bringing another report from mile marker 22 coming up in just a few. Sending it back to you.
All right. John Fenolio for us in Brentwood. We're back after this as we continue live coverage to 11 a.m. right here on KTLA 5 of the Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
And now, everybody who's fueled by your local Circle K. There's flower shop owners, neighborhood bakers, awesome food truck sandwich makers, gearheads, mighty motorheads, farmers and their farmsteads, life-saving physicians and head-banging musicians, that guy who helps you change your spare, and rock star nurses. The people we rely on every day are fueled by Circle K every single day. Fueled by Circle K.
Playing for an ultra?
We playing for ultras? Brace you for an ultra?
Put an ultra on it. Don't forget, there's ultras on the line. I didn't.
Michelob Ultra. Superior like beer.
Runners are runners who have started and finished every LA marathon.
We're going to run as long as we can.
We're going to be doing the 40th. I just can't believe it went that fast.
Right now we have 93 people.
I realized early on when the Legacy Runner Group was formed that this was a phenomenon, that it was never going to happen again.
There's a point of no return. At 5 years and 10 years, and you go, well, I might as well keep going.
We're full of motivated people, wonderful people.
Dentists, gardeners, salesmen, every type of person you could even imagine.
I'm sure every one of them can write a book.
And it's really like my family. We would do anything for one another.
We have kind of a family love sentiment among us.
They are my second family.
This group of people, we get together once a month on training runs, and we all have that same view of something that we didn't think we could do, and then we did it and said, what else can we do?
Well, as you can see, legacy runners. 93 legacy runners. But Tony,
there's one special one that's not with us. Samuel Gardner Jr. died in January 14th. But his son, Samuel III, is running with his dad's number in his honor. And his dad was a great sub-3-hour marathoner. He was a great athlete and was part of that very strong legacy family. A couple of weeks from now, all the legacy runners get together and have lunch. They do it every year. And all throughout the year, they always keep in contact with one another to go on training runs together. In the 20th anniversary, they had a big gathering at a Hollywood theater, and they brought Bud Greenspan in, the great documentary filmmaker from the Olympics, to show films. LA Marathon does a better job with its legacy runners than any marathon in the world.
And Dina, you see legacy reporter, broadcaster Tony Revis
in his
on the
special
screen.
color, special colored font right there.
One of them. 40 years. Wendy Birch, we're going out to you again in Hollywood with that pink wig. There she goes.
That's right. I like you to refer to it as Wild West Hollywood. Hey, she gets it. She gets it. So I've got my team here. Hey, boys. What do you think the horsepower is right now out here?
It's got to be at least 20. I mean, all these people running, doing their hearts out. Run your hearts out.
We got 20. Strong horsepower? All right. They're still galloping along?
I feel like my horse is back at the track.
All right, so we are cheering the runners on with our KTLA cowbells. I want a friend to join me here. Hi, Rex. Rex is with Circle K. Hi, darling. How are you?
The other day.
I saw you too at the Big Five, right?
Yeah, that's right. No, at the press thing the other day.
Oh, that is right. Nice to see you
And then I missed my picture. Let me take a picture since I'm messing up my time.
We're live on TV, but that's okay.
Hi.
That's okay. Say hi to everybody.
Hello.
We can still get a picture. There's plenty of time for that. Rex, stand by. It's just live TV.
Okay.
There we go. And selfie.
Oh, no, wait, no.
Go.
No,
Go.
it didn't
All right.
work.
Rex, I gotta talk to you really quick right here. Oh, okay. Rex, you get in too. All right, live television, anything can happen. Rex is with Circle K. First time you guys have actually gotten all in with the marathon. What has the experience been like?
There's so high energy. It's actually amazing. I might even consider running it next year myself, since it takes a whole year just to practice.
Trust me, start with the 5K, which is what you guys sponsored yesterday. We were there for the Big 5K. The kids run is so adorable. They get to run part of the track. They get these amazing medals. Circle K was the presenting sponsor. What was it like to be a part of that? Because it was the most adorable thing I've seen in some time.
Super proud to see all the young kids just living a life of just being out there, being out and free and being healthy. It's just great being outside, being just going outside and just seeing all the little kids.
Rex, thanks so much. What I love about your company, you're a global company, but you still keep it local.
That's correct. We service 150,000 people each and every day in the West Coast, and we take pride in that, and we want to give back to the community.
I love it. Rex, thank you so much. Go Circle K! Go Circle K! Give them a cowbell. Hi, darling. It's so good to see you. I'm getting some sweaty hugs out here. John Finolio, I'm sending it back to you.
I want to talk people.
Oh,
I'm here, please.
Hardcore. Good morning once again, everybody. John Filio here, and we are at mile marker 22 here along the marathon route. You can almost taste the finish line. It is so close. You know these runners are dedicated when they've made it this far, and as you can imagine, it is tough. It is difficult. People, they get tired. Their feet are hurting. Their legs are hurting, and as you can imagine, they're just pushing through it because they are almost at the finish line. Fortunately for them, they've got a little help from UCLA Health. And right now, I'm speaking with Matthew Fleesock. Matthew, this is a big day for Los Angeles, but it's also a big day for you guys. Talk about UCLA's involvement, UCLA Health's involvement in the marathon.
Absolutely. So we're the official healthcare partner of the Los Angeles Marathon this year. We're providing on-course medical care for all of the runners throughout the entire course and at the finish line.
Okay, perfect. And I see we've got the med tent right here, and it looks like you've got all your supplies. You've got some cots and water and stuff like that. And of course, there's the paramedic ambulance right there. We hope you don't have to use it.
Yeah, we have a great plan, one that we hope doesn't ever get taken advantage of. Really focused on comfort care for these runners, but if there is any sort of other issue, our team is well-resourced and capable of handling whatever may happen today.
Tell me why you like coming out here every Sunday or every marathon.
I mean, marathons are some of the most amazing events. They're all about community and unity. And when you think about what this city has been through, we're just so happy to be here, happy to be part of this goal-setting accomplishment for all these individual runners. The city needs this. The healing process is live right now, and just to be a special part of that is so unbelievably valuable and meaningful to UCLA Health.
Matthew Fleesock from UCLA Health. Matthew, we appreciate it. Thanks for being here and taking care of all of these runners. Here's the bell. Ring it loud for all those runners. Okay, sending it back to you guys.
All right, John, thank you very much. Okay, now Schaubel, all smiles, fired up still. A lot of energy this guy has. Look at him go.
Hey, Ping, I got Ben Caesar here with me. He's the Director of Sports Marketing for ASICS. Ben, you got to be excited with what you're seeing out here today.
Oh, of course. 25,000 people entering the race. More people wanting to enter the race. Sold out this year. Half marathon is sold out. So, more people running, more people buying shoes. Good for us.
You guys renewed your relationship with the Los Angeles Marathon, and you said that our relationship has blossomed our shoe sales. Tell us about that.
2019, we had no one under 3 hours wearing ASICS shoes. 6 years later, we got so many people coming in. Our market share within the space of sub 3 hour marathoners, sub 4 hours, has skyrocketed, and it's been because of our partnership with LA Marathon.
And it's not just the fast runners. You guys are exploding your brand in all different types of levels, correct?
Yes. Of course, the elite is one part of this component, but we're here to make sure that every runner who wants to run the marathon has a shoe to wear. So we're making shoes for the elites all the way to those who are wanting to run sub 4, sub 5 hour races.
Tell us about the expo. More than 70,000 people came through the expo. What kind of experience is that for ASICS?
It's been great. Dodger Stadium Outdoor Expo. I think it's the only expo in the world that's outdoors in an iconic place. Rain on Friday, it didn't deter the runners from coming in. We sold more this year in the rain than we did last year on Friday, so it's been great.
Where do you want to see the brand go in terms of its relationship with the marathon or the exposure you get from the marathon?
I think we just want to be able to introduce more runners into this event. With LA 28 coming up, we want to make sure that the iconic, this was born because of the 1984 Olympics. So hopefully we can encourage people to keep going, that even, from 84 to now and then maybe 40 years later, we can keep going.
Exactly, just a launch pad, if you will. Ben Caesar, Sports Director of Marketing for ASICS, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. I know you're going to have a fun rest of your day.
Oh, it's great. American winner since 1994. Can't get any better.
All right, love it. Ping, back to you, buddy.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. A little more for you coming back as we continue our live coverage of the 40th running of the Los Angeles Marathon, presented by ASICS, who still have about 48 minutes with you right here on KTLA on this Sunday.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
Kia has 10 hybrid, electric, and plug-in hybrid utility vehicles to choose from. So whether you're looking for a fuel-efficient hybrid, an all-electric vehicle, or a plug-in hybrid that uses electric for every day and fuel for far away, the question isn't which vehicle to get, it's which Kia to get.
Hello. Welcome back.
10 electrified utility vehicles to choose from. Kia. Movement that inspires.
When you were small, you were afraid of what you couldn't see. But now you know there's nothing to fear when you can see what's coming. That's why Penske created Catalyst AI, a tool that combs through billions of data points so you can compare your fleet against similar fleets to see exactly how your business is doing and how to improve. There's nothing more comforting than that.
Okay, welcome back. You're watching KTLA's live coverage of the 40th Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS. Okay, so I know who that guy is. That's Joe Dreams. I met that guy once he was singing on the street. He's all over Southern California.
Now he's singing
I just gave that guy just a plug for crying out loud. Megan Henderson, live at the finish line. Good morning again.
Good morning to you, Ping. I'm with James Bell. He's the head of public relations for Kia America, the official vehicle of the LA Marathon. Talk about the relationship between the LA Marathon and Kia. I know last year was your first year.
It was our first year, yeah. I mean, I hate to be silly, but our tagline is movement that inspires. And is there anything less inspiring than seeing all these runners, the movement, the energy? So it just made good sense for us because it just feels good, and we're an LA company, so we're glad to be part of the neighborhood.
Absolutely. And talk a little bit about being here at this finish line and really what it feels like. It's electric.
Well, once upon a time I ran this race, and I'm now inspired to do it again. No, it just feels so much fun. I mean, and not only for the runners, obviously, but for the people that come out to support them and the family. I mean, you see tears, you see joy. It's just a great day for LA.
Absolutely. And talk about Kia's zero-emission vehicle specifically.
Yes, yeah. So we had two EV9s that were the lead vehicles to bring start off the pro professional men and women at the start. And I mean, it seems like you should have an EV to lead runners because you don't want dirty emissions coming out, do you?
Absolutely, absolutely. And also, let's talk about Kia's commitment to the community as a whole. Of course, this marathon specifically. I mean, it's always about community, but it all holds a special place in our heart this year specifically as well.
Oh yes, I mean obviously it's been a crazy time here in Southern California, hasn't it? So yes, and we've been we have a special charity group that's been taking care of the Red Cross and providing fire relief and so forth. So yeah, this is just a way for us all to kind of stand back and say, hey, Los Angeles, we did it, and let's celebrate a great year.
All right, we're going to see you running next year, is what you told me.
I think I just challenged myself, or she did.
Yes, thank you so much. Have fun.
Thank you.
All right, Ping, we're going to send it back to you in studio.
All right, Megan, thank you very much. I'm going to bounce it out to John Fenolio now. John?
Hey, Ping, thanks so much. That's right. We are here at mile marker 22, where the finish line is almost in sight. This is the turnaround at San Vicente and South Bundy Drive. This is where the whole race turns. And if the runners have made it this far, you know that they are determined to finish because the finish line is just right around the corner. And you can see that some of these fans have turned out to support their loved ones. We are talking to some of them right now. All right, so these guys here are supporting their friend named Gina. I'm speaking with one of her friends. His name is Colin. Colin, talk to us about Gina and why you're excited to be out here.
Gina's a beast. She's the fastest woman in West LA. We're here to support her. I think this is her 5th marathon she's completed, and she's actually about to come around the corner, I think, in a minute here.
I know you're tracking her on her Apple Watch. Where is she right now? Do we know where Gina is?
21.9 miles.
She's at 21.9 miles. Oh my gosh, she's going to be here in any second. We hope we can catch it live on camera, but if we can't, hey, there's a friend.
Oh, what's up?
Oh man. You can see the enthusiasm is high out here. People are having a really great time. We're going to be talking to folks and tracking the developments here at mile marker 22, and we'll send it back to you guys right now, but check in with you soon. Bye.
Ah, look at them smiling, having a good time. We're not done. We're going to bounce it back out to Schaubel. Now we have like an iconic like Diplo. I know this guy. I've heard of this guy before, Schaubel.
Yeah.
Oh, this is heavy.
Yeah, you have. Welcome to the party. If you get the reference, you get the reference. Welcome to this party, Diplo, brother. You did the charity half. How'd it feel?
I'm feeling great. I feel like we can keep going.
Right?
Should we just keep running?
Dude, I'll follow you, man.
Right.
Hey, so last year you did it. You did it again this year. The difference?
Well, this year I did a half. I'm not going to disrespect all the real marathon runners, but it was difficult. Wasn't really prepared, but this is the 40th year. Big deal.
By the way, if you guys haven't seen a close-up of this medal, this is one of the best race medals you're ever going to see. This is a great one to have. There's some great race medals out there. If you're a runner, you know that, but this is right up there. It's right up there.
And this year is very important for LA.
All right. Now, you did a time of like 150, but it was actually faster than that because tell us what you did in the middle of it.
I had to stop and DJ a little bit. Very difficult. I tried to keep my pace up, got the runners hyped, and we ran that last 2 miles real fast.
That's so incredible, man. You stopped and did a little set for him, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Now, I don't think a lot of people realize this. You have a running club. Tell us about that. I do.
It's called Diplo's Run Club. We have 8 cities we're launching this year. LA is, when is LA? October 13th, I think.
Okay.
So you guys, line up. LA, it's only 5K, 3 miles, super fun, and we have a party at the end of it.
Now, my understanding is there's already tens of thousands of people in your run club.
Yeah, we've had like, I think 30,000 signups this weekend, so it's a big deal.
Why is it important for you to lead people in a health journey?
I think I was like always running, keeping my life. It's like the one thing constant. You can always keep a good pace in your life. No matter what happens in your life, always find something that like running can keep you, you know, sane.
Right.
So I feel like in my times as a DJ, I felt like it was a real equalizer for me. And I think having the runner's high and being able to keep this pace and have a great life and wake up early and live every day to your fullest. Feels great.
Well said. Very inspirational. Diplo, ladies and gentlemen, a celebrity runner. Back to you, Ping. You did it.
We nailed
brother.
it.
You did it.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. We'll continue our live coverage at the finish line when we return. This is the 40th year of the Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS. Back after this on KTLA. See, that's it.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
Kia has 10 hybrid, electric, and plug-in hybrid utility vehicles to choose from. So whether you're looking for a fuel-efficient hybrid, an all-electric vehicle, or a plug-in hybrid that uses electric for every day and fuel for far away, the question isn't which vehicle to get, it's which Kia to get.
Hello. Welcome back.
10 electrified utility vehicles to choose from. Kia, movement that inspires.
When you were small, you were afraid of what you couldn't see. But now you know there's nothing to fear when you can see what's coming. That's why Penske created Catalyst AI, a tool that combs through billions of data points so you can compare your fleet against similar fleets to see exactly how your business is doing and how to improve. There's nothing more comforting than that.
All right, back here with continuing coverage of the 40th Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS. Ooh, look at that little puppy right there. Lauren Lister again in Beverly Hills. Another good morning.
Oh, good morning to you, Ping. You know, here at mile 17, the energy is high. And while there are a lot of KTLA cowbells making noise, we couldn't help but notice this one. Let's see it. All right. That is the best noisemaker we have seen out here on the marathon route. Okay, this is the Cruz family. This is Ira Cruz. Who are you cheering on, and what is the strategy behind your cheering?
Well, this is a very old thing that we have from my dad. It's 50 years old. And my daughter, Vivian Regan, is coming! Let's go, Tia! Let's go, Viv!
And is this her first marathon? Does she do it every year?
First marathon. First marathon, yes.
Gosh, has she been texting you? Do you know when she's coming?
She's in mile 16 or so, so she'll be soon.
She's almost here. Show me what you're going to do when she comes. Oh my gosh, there's so much excitement. There's also so many good signs. I wanted to highlight a few that we've seen along the trail. So here's one Mama, 8 rays, no, and you can fill in the blank. This is
Goo big, like the gel. Yeah.
And you ladies, you don't even know anybody running. You are here, why?
Because we are very passionate about the heart of LA and everybody getting together, just celebrating our community. So
I'm running. I wanted something original. Goo is the staple of every runner on these long races, and then this was just funny. I just want to get some laughs, honestly. I want to see a smile out of people when they're pushing.
Have you gotten a lot of smiles?
Yes, yeah, lots of pictures, lots of smiles.
Katarina and Slater, both from LA. Thank you for talking to us. Ping, so much fun. Now we've got to think of our creative signs for next year. I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you. That's pretty funny. Okay, Megan Tellis is at the Finish Festival. So I know this route. I was at mile 5, and now you've driven all the way to the Finish Festival. Go, Megan, go.
No. I ran, Ping. This is LA Marathon Day, baby. Take a look behind me. Just kidding. I had a park, and it's a little bit chaotic, but hey, that's the whole point. People are here. The chaos is fun. It is organized. This is somewhat of a Finish festival. They're calling it the Beer Garden. I'm going to bring you over here. Hi, ladies. All volunteer?
All volunteers.
Why do you do this?
For the fun of it.
To be here to support. And one person can get, for $7, they can get 1 beer.
But there's a deal.
Oh, what's the deal?
If you get 3, it's $20. And if you ran the marathon, you have a ticket on your beer, you get a free beer.
You get a free beer. Let's go talk to the runners. Thank you, ladies, so much for being out here. I'm going to bring you over here because some of these people, most of these people I'm chatting with, aren't even from here. I have this gentleman here from Colorado.
Yes,
High five. How do you feel?
A little beat up.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But you finished it, 26.2 miles. Is this marathon number 1 for you?
This is my first road marathon. Like in Colorado, we do a lot of like trail running and like stuff like that.
Okay.
So
40th anniversary, way to do it here in LA. Great. I saw over here you were giving him the massage. Great to have a support system. You say it's essential, right?
It is essential, yes.
yeah.
It is essential.
Go give him another massage. Let's see it. I want to see the massage here, and then we're going to come talk to her. Wow, massage. See, I just want to showcase the love. Come over here real quick. You used to live here in Los Angeles.
I did.
Now you're in Seattle. Why come back?
I love Los Angeles. I wish I could stay here forever, but houses are pretty expensive here.
Yeah, just a little bit, right? High five to you because you just finished the LA Marathon 40th anniversary. You're feeling good? How would you describe it?
Fantastic. It's surreal. The crowd was just amazing. Just a great energy, great vibe here. Super appreciative of all the supporters. Yeah.
You're doing so good. Thank you. You guys have a good time today here at the finish line and beyond. Ping, I'm going to send it to you. And people are starting to crack open the beers, so they'll have one for you, Ping.
And there's nothing like a cold one after a race, right? How about that? The Los Angeles Marathon. We're going to have a post-game wrap-up. We're going to bring you up to the 11 o'clock hour here on this Sunday morning. Remember, this is the 40th running of the marathon presented by ASICS.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
Excuse me, play you for those ultras?
Well, we're kind of high level.
Fascinating. Play you for those ultras? Ultras? They got ultras. I smell ultra. That was fun.
There are so many things that make Los Angeles a special place. I have to think mostly it's the community.
Such a vibrant and fun city.
Everything is here.
I like all of the things that you can do here. You can be in the mountains or at the beach.
You can see so many different things.
I love LA because we have the best restaurants.
They have the best tacos in the world.
You can get food from all over the world.
Every day you could try a new food, go to a new place, and never repeat, as long as you're here.
The food, the music, the people.
The weather.
Dodgers. The iconic skyline.
I love LA because it brings out the best in people.
No matter where you go, everyone seems to be always looking out for one another.
And everyone's just really nice people.
I feel like wherever I am, I'm home.
It's like you meet so many people and you hear so many stories of different people.
Fascinating people that comprise this city.
It embraces so many different cultures, so many different people from all corners of the world.
Hollywood and the stars, you name it. It's all a melting pot of all sorts of lifestyle.
There's a lot of opportunities for everyone, and I think that's why so many people come here.
There's nothing like Los Angeles.
It is future forward.
It's a place of dreams to come true.
It's the best place in the whole world.
It's certainly a great event, especially for the community here in Los Angeles. All right, this is our post-show as we cover the 40th running of the Los Angeles Marathon, presented by ASICS. Back out to Megan Henderson. 8th, good morning to you.
Oh, good morning to you once again, Ping. I want to introduce you to Jeffrey Hall. He is the CEO of California Rehabilitation Institute. It's great to have you with us. Tell us about California Rehabilitation Institute.
Yes, so the California Rehabilitation Institute is a 138-bed specialty hospital in partnership with Cedars-Sinai and UCLA, providing acute rehabilitation for people overcoming injury and disability.
And you are actually the sponsor of the LA Marathon's wheelchair division. Tell us about that sponsorship.
Yeah, our hospital is so much about getting people back to life after injury or disability. So we specialize in helping people overcome spinal cord injury. So we're proud to be the primary sponsor for the professional wheelchair division. So proud of those amazing athletes that's showing you what you can do and the abilities they have versus their disabilities. Just absolutely amazing.
Absolutely. And tell us a little bit about the process that goes in to rehabbing the athletes that we're seeing today, that show up today.
Yeah, oftentimes it's happened after a traumatic event like a motor vehicle accident or something else unfortunate. And after a long hospital stay, they would come to our level of care where they're going to participate in physical, occupational, speech therapy under the care of a rehab medicine physician. We typically get to see our patients for about 2 to 3 weeks, and then they return home where the recovery continues and they just continue to get back to life, showing you again what's possible.
Absolutely. Such an inspiring day. I know this is just your second marathon, right?
This is my second marathon, and our hospital is looking forward to the Paralympics in 2028, and we're using this event to get ready to support Los Angeles and all the people in our community that are overcoming disability.
And I love that you came bearing flowers too for the athletes.
Yeah, we wanted to present the athletes with flowers. Just amazing. They did the wheelchair division. Those athletes are finishing in usually just over an hour after doing the full marathon course with all the hills. It's just such an incredible thing. And we had an international representation of winners coming from Colombia, America, Japan. Just absolutely incredible.
Well, thank you so much for being here, taking the time to talk to us and all the work you do. We appreciate it. All right, Ping, we're sending it back to you.
All right, Megan, thank you very much. Back here in studio, I'm David Pingalore with Dina Castor. She Olympian, 2004, bronze medalist. Legendary broadcaster, reporter, 40 years of the marathon, Tony Revis, with his gold star. And it still hasn't moved all 4.5 hours.
My old pocket square.
And you got the pocket square. Let's kind of like look at a recap here. So Matt Rickman, the American, his second ever marathon, Dina, comes to Los Angeles and wins.
So exciting. We were told that he was ready to go, and he did not disappoint, taking the lead at the 16-mile mark and never looking back. It's quite a show.
And on the women's side, Tony, I mean, it was a battle there. Savannah Berry was trying to win as an American.
Right, it was a great 4-woman battle all the way, and they really didn't start racing until the final mile, and finally Tijianis Gebisa from Ethiopia made the move in the last half mile and pulled away from Antonina Quambai and Savannah Berry, and leaving poor Antonina Quambai to finish second for the third time here in Los Angeles. So it was a great competition on the women's side and a great, stunning American victory on the men's side.
And it really is a great day, not only for the race itself, but being a community event.
Absolutely. You look at the history of this race, 40 years running, and all the adversity that has happened in the city, from the Northridge earthquakes to the LA riots to the pandemic, and most recently the LA fires, the devastating effects. This is the day that everybody comes together and celebrates the strength that this city has to offer.
There's one story, real quick. Jerry Garcia, a member of the U.S. Forest Service from Altadena. He's a great ultramarathoner. He won the Angel's Crest 100-mile race in 2017 in Altadena. This January, he fought the wildfire in Altadena on the same trail where he triumphed in 2017. Quite a story. And today, he paced the 2:55 group here at the LA Marathon.
How about that? Let's go out to Julie Benson. She's been at the finish line all morning for us. Julie?
It's almost like we were listening to your conversation. Katie Arslowski is a councilwoman from LA District 5, and she and I were just having a similar conversation to you guys in the studio, that this day has been incredible. And Katie, what were you telling me that you felt as you watched this?
So this feels like the first day since the fires earlier this year where Los Angeles is really experiencing unbridled joy, and it's been incredible to be a part of that in a really visceral way, and that feels lovely.
You can feel it. You really can. And tell us quickly, what does it feel like to have this special moment right here in your district?
So it's an honor, obviously, and it's wonderful to see so many community members, not just from this part of the city, but from all over the city, come out to cheer on the racers. This is an event that links a bunch of communities of Los Angeles together, and it's a really good reminder that Los Angeles, though it's a bunch of different neighborhoods, is a city that's connected in so many ways, and this event literally connects those communities together, and so it's an honor to be at the end of that.
Well, Katie, it's an honor to be in your district, and thank you so much for joining us. Ping, back to you guys.
All right, Julie, thank you very much. Much more here. We still have 23 minutes or so with you on this Sunday morning. There's Matt Rickman, the American, the first since 1994 to win the Los Angeles Marathon, presented by ASICS. And Tony?
Genius Gasiba from Ethiopia, the women's champion, in a 3-second win.
And Dina, what a day.
What a day. The masses, the bright yellow from Students Run LA, those youngsters coming together in a volunteer coaching staff to get these kids in this life-changing sport.
We're back after this on Kate.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose, because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
And now, everybody who's fueled by your local Circle K. There's flower shop owners, neighborhood bakers, awesome food truck sandwich makers, gearheads, mighty motorheads, farmers and their farmsteads, life-saving physicians and head-banging musicians, that guy who helps you change your spare, and rock star nurses. The people we rely on every day are fueled by Circle K every single day. Fueled by Circle K.
Kia has 10 hybrid, electric, and plug-in hybrid utility vehicles to choose from. So whether you're looking for a fuel-efficient hybrid, an all-electric vehicle, or a plug-in hybrid that uses electric for every day and fuel for far away, the question isn't which vehicle to get, it's which Kia to get.
Hello. Welcome back.
10 electrified utility vehicles to choose from. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Excuse me. Play you for those ultras?
Well, we're kind of high level.
Fascinating. Play for those ultras? 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 They got ultras. I smell ultra.
That was fun.
Welcome back to our post-game, I want to say post-game, but it's post-race coverage of the 40th Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS. Now, we've been out to Wendy Birch in West Hollywood all morning long, and she told me, Ping, say Wild West Hollywood. Take it away.
Wild West Hollywood. Hi, you're running. Is this your first marathon?
It's my LA, my second, and I've done Chicago 2 times, so I'm going to, this is my
you. How is it today? How's the energy? How's the vibe?
I love it. Everyone's so energized. I love the community comes out, they cheer. It helps us to stay focused and just finish.
I love it. Well, here you go. Take this pink pony and run, gallop away, gallop away. We gave her one of our pink ponies. How are you? We're live on KTLA.
Wonderful. I just want to say this run is for my mom. I lost her on the 18th of February.
I'm so sorry.
I know. She's our angel. Mom, peace to you. I love you so much. You're making us fly. We're not even running. I love you. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you, guys.
Thank you for sharing. I love that. And your mom
and I love your hat.
Your mom
Thank
is
you
with
so much.
you.
Thank
your
you,
mom
my
is
dear.
with you.
She's
running every mile.
She definitely is. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing.
Oh,
you know, so many stories. Oh, hi, come on in. I was just talking about how many stories. Everybody here that's running today has a story. What's your story?
Well, I had a good fall in the parking lot before we started.
Okay, well, that's, that kind of took a twist
Today
and a turn.
I'm doing a charity half. I've never done the LA Marathon charity half. Yeah. I've done LA 11 times, marathon. Yeah. But I did the charity run today, so it's a half marathon.
Tell me the charity you're running for.
Claire's Foundation.
Tell me about that.
They just adopted me, so I can't give you all the details right now.
What?
Last minute entry.
You're off and running, and I love
half
that.
Marathon 91.
So great to see you. Thank you. Like I said, everybody has a story. Everybody's out here running for a reason. Ping, I love it. We love you too. Ping, I'm going to send it back to you from Wild West Hollywood.
All
and
right.
yes, I already had this wig. I didn't even have to buy it for the marathon.
Oh,
I had it. Yeah,
okay then.
That's true.
Excellent. Megan, tell us, last time we saw you at the Finish Festival, you were showing beer. Want more beer?
I'm getting my people, my volunteers, to get loud and proud, baby. High fives. This is fantastic. Oh, sir, excuse me, sir. You just got a beer. Are you here to support someone?
Yes.
Who are you waiting for?
My stepson.
Oh my God! How proud are you of stepson?
Very good. He did 3 hours, 26 minutes.
Oh, we finished.
Yes.
You have to. Okay, go find stepson. I'm going to try to come. You're waiting for him now. Okay, here's the thing. So you finished the race, and you kind of got to find your way up here to this after party. You're a volunteer. You tell me you work at a school.
Assistant principal. Yes. So I work at a school. I used to be a teacher for a long time, and I'm a long-time runner. So I do this to really see all the joy from all the runners that come. They're all tired but excited to be here. So yes.
And you tell me you know that feeling, right? Having given that you're a runner. Yes. Is it emotional? Is it a burst of pride? What do you feel in this moment?
I ran 2 marathons and 2 halves, and the first marathon in Miami, I cried the first time out of excitement and pure joy. Yeah. So I feel that when runners come here, the joy, the excitement, these months of training, it takes so much time. So
and sometimes you just need a brewski.
You just need a beer. This is why we do it. Exactly.
Okay, here we go. Did we just finish the marathon?
Yeah.
High five, sir.
Thank you.
Where are you from?
I'm from here.
We're on live TV. Say hello to all of Los Angeles watching now. I didn't catch that. Where are you from?
I'm from here. I'm from LA.
From LA. Okay, what neighborhood in LA?
I live in Venice with my girlfriend.
Hey, Venice. Shout out to Venice. Is this your first LA marathon? marathon.
Yes, it is.
Is it what you thought it would be in this moment, minutes after finishing?
Yeah, it was tough, but I was happy to finish, and I'll be back for sure.
Which part of your body feels the best and the worst right now?
The best is probably going to be my...
Crack him open in a beer. Let's go. And the worst part?
From here down.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You're a bit of a noodle?
Yeah, but I'll be all right.
You're going to be so good. Can I give you a hug?
Sure,
Congratulations.
Thank
so
you.
proud of you. 40th anniversary of the LA Marathon. Girlfriend, you must be so proud. How long did you wait?
Not long. I feel really bad. I dropped him off this morning, and then I paid for like a parking spot, so I was like, oh, I'll be easy in and out. No, not
so.
No, and I was at the wrong finish line.
It's a hot mess, but you know, worth it.
Yes,
so
I'm very
worth
proud
it.
of it.
Ping, it's always worth it, right? I'll send it back to you for now.
Grab a beer. Sunday morning.
Clean everything up.
There you go. We're back after this as we continue our coverage here on KTLA of the post-race show presented by ASICS.
As the new year unfolds, each step forward becomes a journey towards something more. More community, more connection, more movement. It's what brings us together, because together we can go further. It's not about the number of miles you go, it's about the miles you share. Find your people, chase your purpose. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS, sound mind, sound body.
And now, everybody who's fueled by your local Circle K. There's flower shop owners, neighborhood bakers, awesome food truck sandwich makers, gearheads, mighty motorheads, farmers and their farmsteads, life-saving physicians and head-banging musicians, that guy who helps you change your spare, and rock star nurses. The people we rely on every day are fueled by Circle K. Every single day, fueled by Circle K.
Kia has 10 hybrid, electric, and plug-in hybrid utility vehicles to choose from. So whether you're looking for a fuel-efficient hybrid, an all-electric vehicle, or a plug-in hybrid that uses electric for every day and fuel for far away, the question isn't which vehicle to get, it's which Kia to get.
Hello. Welcome back.
10 electrified utility vehicles to choose from. Kia, movement that inspires.
Excuse me. Play you for those ultras?
Well, we're kind of high level.
Fascinating. Play for those ultras? Ultras? They got ultras. I smell ultra. That was fun.
Back here on KTLA's live post-race coverage of the 40th running of the Los Angeles Marathon presented by ASICS. Chris Schaubel, Megan Henderson, all morning long. Emotional day, a fun day, an exciting day. You guys run that 26.2 miles in your head. Wrap it up.
I'm telling you, this never ceases to inspire me, to amaze me. The people crossing this finish line, all walks of life, Chris. You see people of every age all coming together. It is so exciting, and gosh, you're just cheering for all of them.
And that's the thing, you said it, it's inspiring. And here's the thing, there's someone sitting at home and they're wondering, you know what, I wonder if I could do a marathon. The answer is yes. with the proper training. You can join a run club if you don't know how to get started. They'll start you from baby steps all the way until you're here for the 2026 Los Angeles Marathon. And here's the cool thing. Once you do a marathon, you're going to realize there's other things in your life that you can go achieve that you may have not thought possible. That's what I love about the LA Marathon. It's so inspirational. It is so rejuvenating. I've been doing this for a number of years. We've been doing this for a number of years. And every year, I just get the biggest kick out of it. It is my honor to be here with you and to cover this race.
Absolutely. I know you're extra passionate about it because you've done so many of these. You know how hard people work to get to this point. I also love seeing the stories that every single person has. You see the names written on their shirts. You see the different causes that have inspired them to be here. And that also, it gets you in the feels.
It really, really does. The elites, of course, are so fun to watch, and to see an American on the men's side win it, a woman on the American on the female side come in third. It's just a great day all around. But it's the real people running. They're all real, but the ones that are just regular people, all walks of life, that's what makes the LA Marathon. Back to you guys.
I want to call him like Coach Schaubel in the way he gives that inspiring speech. I want to run through a wall with you, Schaubel. We continue to wrap things up here. Julie Benson. Did you hear that, Julie? How he was so inspiring, that speech by Schaubel?
Well, I am a coach by profession, and I want him to coach me. So that was pretty cool. But you know what? I understand his passion. I've worked this event several times. I've been on a lead vehicle following the elites. I've been in the studio where you guys are. But I have to tell you, sitting at the finish, feeling the momentum, feeling the energy build. I got here around 5:15 this morning, freezing with maybe 100 people already lined up to watch. Now at the finish, the crowds are 5-6 deep. The passion, you can hear it, I'm sure, is incredible. And it's just been a non-stop celebration of the resilience of this city. And you've heard these stories all day long, from the first responders to the elites to all the 26,000 different stories we have of these people. Everyone has a different reason to run. And I agree with Chris. If it's something that you've ever thought about, just do it. Just even if you have to go out, walk a minute, jog a minute, walk a minute, jog a minute. You'll wake up in 3 weeks and be able to run 2 miles in a row. And then guess what? 3 months later, 4 miles. So this is something you can do. And I'm telling you, sitting here today at this finish line has been so inspirational and just a privilege, honestly. And it's so great to see this city come back and actually celebrate. So it's been an honor. And you guys, I hope we can all do this again next year. Ping, back to you guys.
All right, Julie, thank you very much. What a great day. In studio with me, of course, legendary, 40 years. He still has that gold star on his little handkerchief right there. Tony Revis and Dina Castor, Olympian. I mean, I'm honored, just Olympian athlete right here. So she's like, what is he going to say next?
Yeah, I know, but that is not today.
I know that's not today, but I'm just setting up the fact that was
too many years ago.
Not that many years ago.
20-something years ago, yeah.
Wrap up this day for you.
I will say today's highlight was certainly seeing Matt Rickman come out with the win, to see the finish line break across his chest. 2:07:56 is some serious running. That is 4 minutes and 53 seconds averaging each mile. Just a stunning performance by someone who is so young in their marathon career. But also 26,000 finishers shining like stars here in LA today. And of course, today was all about our broadcast and the race itself, a tribute to LA coming together. Quite a highlight. And
Tony, I mean, what a great day. I mean, a great day. I mean, it was, we've been broadcasting this for like 5 hours now, and just an amazing day.
It's always the best day of the year because LA is sort of known for not having a center. Well, on this day it does. And this marathon brings people together on every year like nothing else does. But this year especially, it was needed, and it delivered in spades. And you just saw it on in the faces. You heard it in the voices. I mean, whether you're broadcasting the race, whether you're a fan of the race, whether you're a runner of the race, you can't help but say, I want a part of that. I want to be a part of that. And we're heading toward the Olympics in 2028. Here's an interesting stat, talking about being a stat man. This is the first American victory in Los Angeles in 31 years. In 2014 at the Boston Marathon, UCLA grad Meb Keflezighi was the first American in 31 years to win the Boston Marathon. Something about 31 years in major marathons and Americans.
That puts Matt on the map, though, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, for the 28 games.
Oh, it absolutely
right?
does.
Rick?
I mean, if 2:07 at the LA Marathon is 2:06 in the Boston Marathon, and it's 2:05 in the London Marathon. So this guy is somebody to be considered.
And that process starts now, I'd imagine, right? After a day like this, and he gets on that radar?
It not only puts him on the map, it puts a target on his back. My husband ran the LA Marathon last year, said this was by far one of the hardest courses he has ever run. So the fact that Matt could run so quickly on a challenging course is very telling for a bright future.
I mean, when you think about it, he second ever marathon he's ever run, and he wins in Los Angeles, and he could be racing in 28 games here.
You know,
that's a story in itself.
It's all got to do with timing in life, doesn't it? And his timing seems to be lining up just perfectly.
What was the most memorable moment for you today, would you say?
Oh, most memorable. Well, I was kind of frightened when he broke away at like in the 16th mile. I said, oh my God, it's too soon. It's too soon. He's going to pay the penalty. And then he didn't. Then of course, the chase, he dominated the chase as the men went after it and ran a fast time. And the women just had a very tactical kind of race, but a very spectacular finish. You know, everywhere you look, there's not a story that's better than any other. They're all great.
And the chase was handicapped about 16 minutes or so.
Wrong. It was wrong.
He's the handicapper. And it was
Yeah.
about a 22 minutes. So you were not that far off.
Well, it wasn't 8 seconds.
Well, because 2 years ago was 8 seconds, right?
Yeah, well, but every year's a new year. We'll try it again next year.
What an iconic route of 26.2
All right,
miles.
Sam, thank you very much.
Yeah, there is no greater city that can showcase Los Angeles in the way that it does in the span of 26.2 miles to go through cultural hotspots, diverse communities, iconic landmarks, movie sets, and famous streets. It is all here packed into the marathon distance.
And we thank you for watching. Dina Castor, Tony Revis, I'm David Pingalore. For everybody behind the scenes here that puts this on for the last 5 hours, we thank you on this Sunday morning. Have a great day.